Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
Huh? It's a house!
There's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp.
What's going on, freaks? Yeah, apparently this is where it says right here on the Utah State Courts. That's where the live stream is, right there. So, right here. Tyler Robinson hearing, and this is apparently, it says clean feed, meaning this is actually where the media gets. There's only one camera in the courtroom. Apparently Tyler Robinson is going to be there, and so hey, thanks Susie Clue. And if you're out there, consider becoming a channel member. That would be awesome. Hey, thanks Timothy Cecil. I'll turn this, my little super chat thing off when the hearing starts, alright?
Fire emoji, fire emoji.
But thank you. Yeah, so anyways, Tyler Robinson is supposed to be there in person. I think the hearing, it seems like it's about whether or not they're going to allow it to be, streamed. But I think it's pretty good news that I think this might be a test run here, like today. One camera, clean feed, and we'll just see how it goes, you know? Yeah, well, I don't know if they would televise, when you say televised, it's usually streamed everywhere. Like Court TV, etc., and then the news networks put out clips from the streaming. Well, what do you mean, even Erica? Yeah, of course she wants it streamed. Yeah. I think they're probably the ones that want it streamed the most. It seems more likely. Alright, but let's, while we're waiting, might as well take a look at this again. So if you guys remember, this is basically the summary of the case. So I'm just going to play. These are clips that I got when I went out there. I went to this guy's house and he gave me extra footage. And right here, I think this is where, yeah, it is playing right now. So this is where the Dodge Challenger comes in. Tyler Robinson's Dodge. How do you know, Gray? Lots of people own Dodge Challengers. Yeah, here it comes. You could even see like the reflections in the background from it. Do many Dodge Challengers drive by where there's an individual that the parent said is their kid, and then have that owns a Dodge Challenger? All right, so that was 8:20 something in the morning, and then we have the next clip is right here. This is where Tyler Robinson, wearing the maroon shirt that he has, comes walking by right here. See this? Right there, and then you can kind of see him right over here again. This is on his dry run. So he's walking like that. Alright. And then he walks by the camera right over here. Absolutely is Tyler Robinson. He was wearing the same shirt at Dairy Queen later. But there's so many people with maroon shirts there, Gray. They're part of the military. All right, you believe that? Wow. Okay. Yes, this guy's definitely walking tactically. Yeah, and by the way, that's actually just his regular skin on his legs there. So later, when it looks really white, that's just because he probably has like 0 suntan on his legs, and when the sun hits it, it blows them out. So you can see that right here, right? I mean, look at that. Those are just, see how bright his legs look there? But in the shadow, that's just totally normal skin tone looking. See that? And then when the sun hits it, boom, blown out. Hey, well, thanks, Rhonda. Appreciate it. Yeah, so this starts at 11 o'clock, so in 50 minutes, but I figured we'd just come on early and kind of, you know, kind of look at some of this stuff from a while ago. But this is Tyler Robinson on his dry run. And right now on that walk that you're seeing him on, he is he's going like this. And then he goes out of view after a little bit.
Thanks for all you day, Al Gray.
There he is, still walking right there. Well, thank you, JB Martin. Thanks for all your guys' support over the years. We're still ticking going forward, but man, it's been a big struggle lately. And then there's that house right there. And that's this house. And that's when you quit seeing him as he goes around that corner. I think he's gone already. All right. Then, after he walks around that corner, just 10 minutes later or so, you see him right over here, like probably around 10:10, 10:08, 10:10, something like that. And here he is. Now he's walking by the second of the 2 TMZ surveillance cameras, which if we go, so what he did was he walked around like this, all the way over to here. He likely walked right in front of that same camera that he's walking by later. We just haven't seen the footage. And then down this street, and I'm sure this camera picked him up, but we don't have that footage. But we do have the footage from this camera as he's walking by like this. And right when he comes over here, he starts veering off to the right. So he likely came down here and went into the tunnel because there's nowhere else to go. It's all fenced in over here. I mean, I guess it's possible that he sort of reversed how he came after, you know, to try to research how to get to where he needs to get after the shooting. But I think he was a dry run. He goes through the tunnel, etc. Right? Now that's what we see on that camera. Hey, thanks for gifting the memberships, Common Sense. And also, I think I meant to say Alex up there, but I got distracted for a minute. Thank you, Alex. Or Virgo Alex, as... And I'm a Libra, by the way. Oh, that explains it. That explains it. Thanks, Susan Smith. Changing clothes can be considered part of his deception.
Changing clothes
Yeah.
can be considered part of his
I think that's exactly why he was doing that. I wouldn't even say you would consider it. I mean, definitely, that's exactly what he's doing. He's walking around, and this time he tries to look more like just a regular student, and he looks like a regular student even when he goes in later, but then he's got the jeans on, a dark shirt, you know, he just looks different. So he's trying to look like a different person. You still out there, Alex? I just wanted to let you know I saw that. I missed it saying anything at the time, though. Apologize. All right. So this is the first clip. Now watch right over here. See how he's kind of farther away, and then look, he goes right over to the edge. Boom. So that means he does go across that grass, in my opinion. All right. Then this is later, or I guess this is the same clip again. I just rewound it or played it again. And then we have this one. Now I'm sure that this clip right here has Tyler Robinson 2 other times on it. I think when he did his dry run, he walks by here, I'm going to guess at about 10:06 or 5, something like that. 10:05-ish, maybe like 10:04 to 10:05 maybe. Right here, wearing the maroon shirt. And then we see him wearing the maroon shirt and shorts running back out after. So I'm talking, this is probably going to be about 12:20, you know, 12:25 or 6 or so, something like that. He's going to be coming back this way again. And there he is, right there. So this camera is going to have him on there at least 3 times walking, and I bet you it has his vehicle driving by multiple times. 2 or 3 times at least. So here he comes walking down the street here. Hey, wait a minute. Where's the Egyptian plane? Hold on, let me work that in. That's not funny, Gray. There really was an Egyptian plane. Just ask Tucker Carlson. All right, here he goes. Gonna cross right here because Tucker Carlson said that's an absolute fact. You know how he always says that, Tucker Carlson? Whenever Tucker Carlson says something is a fact, you can bank on it that it's murky at best. He just needs you to believe it's true to make what he's about to say make more sense. Shalom, Sheila. All right, so there he goes, walking down the street there. And what we just saw right now was him walking just past right there, and then he obviously turns left here. And then this camera
Glad you're doing a live for this.
picks him up. Hey, thanks, Tammy McDonald. Yep, definitely. We're just waiting for the live stream. All right, so the next camera picks him up is right there. That's where the little dirt area is back there. And when I went out there with my 360-degree camera, I literally walked right to here. I just didn't realize exactly how far I had made it out into there. But so here he comes. So I wish TMZ would have just put out and this is him limping now because he has put a rifle barrel and the stock of it in his pants. You know, I don't know what the organization was. I think it was behind his right leg was the barrel, and I don't know where the stock portion went, but we've seen videos out there. I think Matt Kester, you know, he had a video where he showed exactly how it's done, and it looks exactly like this. So this is that secondary camera. And then this is on the final run here. And then he kind of cuts over, and you literally see him go onto the grass over here. Right there. And then look how it almost seems like he almost changed his mind right there. And he's like, screw it. Because he probably knows right now he's on campus and now it's go time. He's going to do it. And that was TMZ. And then right after that, we have him going into the tunnel, and we've done all the videos and etc. on this. He's going down the tunnel, or going down, and then he goes through the tunnel. I don't know if you want me to. I can grab the. If you guys want to see the 300, we got like 45 more minutes. I have some articles we can look at too, but I'm gonna open up my 360-degree camera. All right. It wants me to install an update. I'm going to skip that. Alright, so it's somewhere in here. I don't remember exactly which one. Is it this one? That's the really long one, so maybe. Alright, this is pretty cool stuff. Once it loads. It's huge. There are 18 gigabyte files. Alright, so this is that location where I think that he may have parked. Look how great of a parking spot that is. But then he walked that way.
Oh, here we go. You know, this is actually a good...
Yeah. I mean, if you look back there, he could have parked right there, and then when he walked by the camera the first time, that's where he went. And then he moved it after that, just down the street to another location.
Crazy.
So I'm walking back to where the car was. See that? Look how perfect this is. There's no way to see, and if he stood right there
we go. Here we go.
and put the rifle down his pants, who's going to see him? There's no cameras, there's nothing right there. So walking this direction, I'm just going around the corner. This is just where Tyler just went. I'm in the street, though. I didn't walk on the sidewalk on this one. And then I'm just going to skip it all the way forward till we get to... yeah, so now we're walking down that street, and the camera that picked him up walking down that street is right up there. And here's that fence, the sawtooth fence
right
right
there.
there.
Is that wall that's next to him in that newer surveillance footage that came out.
Okay, so I'm going to move it down until he turns left.
Very hilly out here.
Alright, now here's that final sort of street where the two TMZ cameras are. Alright.
Here on the left is the sort of the dirt area.
See? Right back in
where he was
there.
running by.
And here's the first camera. And Tyler Robinson ran back through there. And the footage that you see where the dirt area, it's right
And
back
then it
in
goes
there. And there it is.
This way.
The camera's right at the top up
And he walks
there
right next
on
to
that
the
building.
curb
Alright.
down here.
Let me
That's
go this
on the
way.
second part.
You okay, Marge? You seem dense. I hope you believe every word they say. Yeah, you know what? When the truth comes out, Marge, you aren't going to believe it because you can't. Okay?
So here's the second house right here. Right around this corner.
And then there's the other camera right there. That's the one that picks him up as he cuts across the grass on the other side right here. See this?
Turns.
Right there. We just watched that. Comes across. And then there's this little...
And then given the fact
Just came over that little bridge
rifle in
there.
his pants, he obviously walked all the way down.
And look how easy this is. Because there's no steps to go down. You just go right to the bottom
area.
here. I'm just going to skip
Here.
it past all that.
He may have just gone.
I went
back.
down the wrong side, so now I'm in the right one here. So he just walked down from right up there, down. And then here's the tunnel right here. And that's where that photograph was that we just saw. I mean, I know a lot of you have already seen me do
Apparently
this,
he was
but
on his phone
some
right
of
in
you
this
haven't.
area.
So.
For a while. You can see there's the camera. Picked him up.
And see, those stairs right there are right here, where he's going down. And then the next shot is in the tunnel. That's right here. So notice the background there. We're going to go into the tunnel.
This feels exactly what it looked like on video. And it's kind of dark in this area, so I think that the shot that they had is right here against this wall.
Yep. And so that's it right there. That is where this background is. He's standing right there. Then after that goes around this
See,
corner,
there's a
so
camera
straight
there.
under the road and then
And
up
you took a
the
right?
stairs.
Straight up these stairs.
There's the camera right there
First
that
shot
filmed
at the
him
bottom.
coming up the stairs.
And there's 3 shots.
Marge wouldn't know that because she watches conspiracy theorist channels. So if you look at this right here, let me just go. Let me try that again.
You can see there's a camera there. It's turning. Right up in here, there's a camera.
Yeah. So like these shots right here are all right here. Watch. So those stairs going up, and then right there is that next set of stairs. And we'll do that.
Up. And then this way.
And then we're right in this little area here where it leads to the Losi Center building. Alright, so we're just walking down. I'm just going to speed this part up. Look at this is just how easy this was for Tyler Robinson. Okay, so he walked up that little ramp right there, and around the corner, and then I think he just went up
right
these
here, you just
stairs
have to have these few.
right here.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Very simple for him, just a few steps. Over there, you got to walk up a bunch. And I'm just going to move it forward. That's the Losi Center building. And then right here is where he jumped down. Tyler Robinson did. He jumped down from right
Man, this
there.
is where he jumped off.
It's crazy, right?
There.
See, when I went there, I just walked right to these spaces because we've covered it so much that I
But when
knew.
you came in, you would have walked just like this, probably. Across the grass.
How come I can't get like over 200 people in here? It's just crazy. Can you guys go out and share the video or do something? I mean, I posted this last night. You'd think there'd be more people. And then here is the entrance to the Losi Center building. So this is right where Tyler Robinson walked, just like this. Just very simple. Walked in here. Just has a limp. Nobody's gonna say, "Hey, sir, why are you limping?"
This is inside.
And then see those stairs out there? That's how he got up on the roof. It's that simple. So when you hear Candace Owens talking about how difficult it was, how would anybody be able to get up there? She's lying to you. Now, obviously, she knows at this point how simple it was to get up there. See this? You walk up the stairs.
Up a week ago.
Doesn't take a genius to get up
Or
there.
maybe 2 weeks ago.
See that? Now you're on the roof, right here. This fence obviously was not there at the time. They put that up since. You could walk. See where the
This is crazy.
brown is? You could walk all the way to that corner over
It's a
there.
lot closer than it looked.
And then this wall right here, that's the one he climbed over. Look how simple that is. So you could walk all the way over to there, but he probably just came to here and climbed over and then assembled the rifle right in that position there. And then he got up and ran across the roof over there. And now we can look at that. So this is somebody that filmed him after he ran to that corner. I stabilized the video. See that?
Where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there.
Yeah. And there he is standing up at some point too, and you see the white logo in the middle of his shirt. How do you know, Gray? Alright, now this is in the flag room. And I stabilized this video as well. I'll just do it kind of slowly. See, you can actually see him. That's the rifle inside the towel, that long square item right there. And then he's running. See that? And then he ran off. Then we move over to this one. And there he is right here, continuing that same run. I got it. It's hard to... It's stupid how they zoomed in. They should have just given it to us, the raw footage. And then it runs back behind the building. You can see his legs through the window there, or his body, and then he makes it over here. Now his legs disappear here because it's blown out because of the white, or the shadow, I mean. His legs don't disappear. His legs get really thin though. And there he is climbing down. Now if you watched my channel for a while, you would have seen where I found handprints or fingerprints on there. And there he is. He's got the rifle in his hand. And let me show you, for those who keep saying, oh, there's no rifle, blah, 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 blah. Here he is. He jumps down. So even up here, if you back it up a little bit, watch. See that? It's right there. And you can't see the muzzle because it's so thin and pixelated. But see that? That's the rifle. And then he jumps. And then when he hits the ground, watch this. See, that's what this is down there. That whole thing is the rifle. Then he lifts it up, and look at that. I mean, what in the hell do you think that is? What? I've never seen that before, Great. Yeah, the conspiracy theorists don't want you to see it. And then he picks up his sunglasses and he runs. And then he runs around over here, over that hill over there. And that's really kind of a steep hill. If we go back to this one, and maybe go back, I don't know, here. Let's see. Yeah, a little further than that. Right there. My hair's getting thinner. I'm getting old, man. Jeez, that sucks. Alright, look at that. That's where he's running right there. So after he jumped down, he went running kind of to the side of that hill, and the camera that you're looking at it is right there. That's what's filming that shot, that camera right there. Hey, thank you. LS Fits. Appreciate it. I'm still waiting for my $7,000 checks. Wait, did you hear Gray? He's waiting for his checks. These people are so stupid. It's just, I believe everything Candace says. Anyways, there he goes, running across. And then he'll make his way to the street over here. But look, he's really struggling with it. But watch how he moves the rifle with his leg to hide it. See that swing? And then he lost that connection there, and he's got it next to his right hand side now, and then he runs across the street over there, and that's how they were able to determine that he went into the woods. And in the woods they found the rifle wrapped in a black towel, etc. And that's where they believe he changed his clothing. And then the TMZ camera footage over here. And I'm gonna close this thing down. It's like making everything really slow. All right. I can see that. Am I moving normally to you guys? It feels like it's struggling a little bit. All right, let's see. Get that open. This is where it's going to be right here. I think it's back to normal. If you win the lottery, you'll send me 7K. All right. Yeah, no, you can't believe that. Yeah, listen, everybody. I've said on my show a month ago that Candace Owens will start attacking Erica Kirk directly because that's what she's been trying to do. I think Candace Owens loved Charlie Kirk and wanted to be with him, and then Charlie Kirk picked Erica, and she's always hated her for that. And you know, if I was Candace's husband, I'd be really upset about this. You know. Let's see. Thank you, Tammy McDonald. Donald, let's see this. Oh, hold on, let me. Does that not work? Live chat over.
I can't believe people still believe Candace. We have a lot of mentally unstable people in this country. What she's doing to Erica is sick.
It is. Here, let me. The screen's going to turn dark for just a second. I gotta put a link in here. Oh yeah, huh, I guess that changed. Oh, there you go. Tip for promoting truth. Thank you, Gray. Well, thank you. And this was, I can't believe people still believe Candace. We have a lot of mentally unstable people in this country. What she's doing to Eric is sick. I think it's absolutely sick. And you could see it coming. You know? She's been baiting Erica, waiting for Erica to say the first thing that she could attack. She's disgusting, and I'm sorry for those who really... I used to love Candace Owens. I thought she was great. She's terrible. And you can believe whatever the hell you want to believe, but you're supporting somebody who's sick in the head. She is absolutely incorrect in the case. All these theories she's coming up with sort of almost seem like she's schizophrenic in a way. It's unbelievable. Hey, thank you, Tony. So let's see what it says. Recent court filings in the aggravated murder trial of Tyler Robinson revealed a contentious struggle over public access to the proceedings. Tyler James Robinson, 22, is accused of assassinating Turning Point USA. Yeah, he is accused. I'm going to tell you, he is the killer, all right? And, you know, sure, there's going to be a trial and everything like that. It's one of the strongest cases I've ever seen, and I've been doing true crime for a long time. Now, notice a minute ago we had 270 people watching, but as soon as I dare to criticize the almighty Candace Owens, who points herself out as a somewhat of a deity daily, with replete with visions, etc. She reminds me of Lori Daybell, very similar, although she sounds more intelligent than Lori Daybell. Both the prosecution and defense are accused of chipping away at access, prompting attorneys for the news media called media interveners to fight back for transparency, notification, and access. So I think that might be what today's hearing is regarding, is access, I guess. Gifting memberships is probably better because there's a chance maybe somebody who got gifted one would stay around. I believe the concept, but they're fake, Lincoln. Why do you want to believe in that stuff? But the proof, yeah, well, you mean, yeah, you believe that there's a possibility and a concept. But the problem is that none of it's true. Listen, Tyler Robinson is the killer in this case. There's no Egyptian planes that are... when you listen to every day, Candace Owens has a different thing. It's so incredible now. You have the French government, the Israeli Mossad, the Egyptians... some other with the green berets or something, with the whatever the hell she was talking about, with the maroon shirts, just to take out Charlie Kirk. Are you kidding me? It's ludicrous, you guys. Don't embarrass yourself by believing it. If you're watching Candace Owens, watch it just for pure entertainment value of something that's hilarious. It's stupid. When I watch it, I just go, ha! Look how dumb these people are. They actually believe it. Now we're down to 179. Lost 100 people there. See, Gray? That's what I'm saying, you guys. You can't have an opinion here. You can't be against Candace Owens, or people just go, oh, that Gray guy, he's a shill. He's getting paid $7,000 a video. My God, you guys. Candace Owens has been single-handedly the most disruptive person to the conservative movement, and you know what? This is the truth. Candace Owens says she's looking out for Charlie Kirk. She has destroyed, in my opinion, what Charlie Kirk worked for all those years. Turning Point USA was this great little organization that everybody thought, wow, look at it, it's up and coming, etc. She's destroyed their reputation. She has destroyed the reputation of Charlie Kirk's friends, his wife, etc. And why'd she do this? Oh, because I'm just asking questions. If you believe that, there's something wrong with you. All right, but anyways, in about 24 minutes is when the hearing starts. Right, I'm not, I'm saying what I'm saying about Candace Owens because it's true, what I'm saying. It's not like I'm saying, oh, wow, how do you know, Gray? What has Candace Owens ever proven on her show? Nothing. Glimpse of a spreadsheet. She doesn't even know what she's looking at. She knows what to say. You know, it's really amazing. Startling. Anyways, Robinson is charged with aggravated murder. Yep. Criminal defense attorney Nathan Evershed highlighted the ongoing battle, saying the battle lines are being drawn. I think it's going to turn out where it's going to be televised, but it'll be one single camera, you know, sort of the way, basically the same way that Idaho does theirs. I think it's almost impossible not to have this one. It's too big. He emphasized the importance of public access, noting for centuries it has been important to have a public jury, and if they don't do it, it's going to let the conspiracy theories off the hook. They're going to keep going and going and going and going. This case is so simple, though. It's unbelievable. These criminals are never as smart as they pretend that they are. Every time. Oh, wow, they left their phone on. Oh, shit, that was stupid. I guess they didn't watch IDTV like the rest of us. Yeah, now she's saying it's our, you know, the FBI. You know, she is, you know when people call people narcissists? Candace Owens is one of the biggest narcissists that I've ever seen. I mean, she thinks she is so important that when she sends something to the FBI, that by God, she hasn't heard back from them yet. Or, you know, it's just mind-boggling, man. I mean, she does have a huge channel and a huge following. It's just, it's unfortunate that, and you know what I actually think? I think most of the people that are watching her and supporting her and encouraging her are on the other, in the Democratic Party. I think they want to push. I think there's like this whole, hey, we got to go over there and push Candace Owens, make it really big, because look at what she's doing. She's fracturing the conservative movement and creating this havoc. I mean, doesn't it seem like that would be something you would want to do? I think the Republicans would do the same thing in reverse. They would support somebody. I think they just did that with, what's her name? Who's that lady that's trying to run for Senate in Texas? I guess apparently they pushed for her, made it seem like that was a good idea because they wanted her in there. Yeah, Crockett. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying most of them are, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of the more vocal people in Candace's groups are people, you know, Democratic sort of operatives that are in there saying, hey, man, we got to really push this. And, you know, who knows? I mean, Google seems to push all of Candace Owens' conspiracy theories on YouTube. And so you sort of wonder, like, what's their deal, you know? They argue that members of the media and other interested parties should be permitted to make an argument before 4th Judicial District Court Judge Tony Graff. But I told you guys about the time, you know, after the last hearing, or I think the one before the last one, I wanted to go in and just sort of see how it worked. And somehow I clicked on one of the hearings with graph, and I'm sitting there, and I'm just watching it just to kind of get a feel for how it works or whatever. And I thought maybe I was watching the replay, I think. I don't remember what the whole thing was, but... And all of a sudden, Tony Graff, the judge, goes, "Yeah, who's Gray Hughes? What are you doing here?" And I go, I think I'm in here accidentally. But I mean, I had the right to be there. I should have just said I just wanted to hear it. It's a public hearing. You know? But I was like, what the hell? Why are you talking to me? I'm just sitting here. I guess I appeared up on the screen like the rest of them. It's pretty crazy. Now the hearing is in 19 minutes. Okay. That was pretty funny. He was totally different too. He was kind of funny and smiling and stuff, you know, so he didn't look anywhere near it, or nor did he sound the same as he does in the Tyler Robinson. I think the Tyler Robinson one is so serious that he just is a little different. And the other one, he was just, you know, casual, and, you know. Gray, did I that one time and froze when the judge asked who was in the... Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, so it's right here. This is supposed to start in... this is the official channel that has it, right here. Now it's actually listed on the Utah State Court site. A big red link put up there to this right here. And apparently, this, you know, it's KSL TV here. Apparently, in a few minutes, it's going to pop up. Does anybody have any question? I mean, so here's the thing is, nowadays, people, when you ask, hey, you have a question about the Tyler Robinson case, they'll go, Gray, have you looked into the Egyptian plains? And to me, it's just ludicrous. Like, how do I even respond to that? I did actually look at the flights of one of them. It flies by Provo over there. And it's really just for debunking purposes. What are they going to do? So the Egyptian plane flies by to do what? Why wouldn't you just send in an assassin or something and just take care of it? And then that's it. You have this whole rigmarole with the Mossad, the French government, Egyptians, and all these people, all for what? Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens hated Israel and all these other people way more. So what she says now, I think, is that they wanted to kill Charlie to make her feel bad. It's just so stupid. God, don't you guys get it? Is the furry boyfriend going to show up? I don't know if it was going to be a kangaroo, but maybe Eeyore, something like that. There's no tunnel. The drone, there was an early drone, and you know what I was thinking? Wouldn't that be interesting if that was Tyler Robinson had a little miniature drone, those 249 gram drone. You just fly it up there and just to kind of look at it same way as Thomas Crook's. Wouldn't that be amazing? There was one prior. There was no drones during the event. Those are birds that people keep pointing at. That's all bullshit. I don't know if they'll be there. That'd be interesting. If they are, I doubt the camera films the crowd. We'll see, though. Yep, it does. And that was a good idea Lisa gave me for debunking some of the stuff in the Idaho 4, or one of the items in the Idaho 4 case on the screams. I'm going to definitely do that. That's ridiculous. Debunking. I think Candace is at a place now where she just has no out. Like she's having a, you know. Don't you think it's weird that remember when she took that vacation after she said there was a hit out on her? And then she went to an amusement park and some lady walked up and got a photo with her. Man, wouldn't you just be hunkered down somewhere? I mean, who knows where that agent's going to come out, you know? Yeah, Dollywood, right. Yeah. That's just crazy, man. By completely going against everything she stated she believed and when she was... What are you talking about, Diana? Erica destroyed her own image by completely going against everything she stated she believed in? What are you talking about? Speak English, man. That doesn't make any sense at all. See, you're just one of those people... what do you call it? The... like virtue signaling. You think you know everything. Like you're just so above it, man. You've really been analyzing it. You have no clue what you're talking about. Okay? Erica destroyed her own image by completely going against everything she stated she believed. Give me a break. My God, her husband just got killed 2 months ago. She is in a place. I think she probably should have like waited 6 months and then became the CEO, something like that. Once her sort of, you know, maybe it gives her something to do though. But it feels like she needs a lot of time to grieve, etc. And should just be left alone by lunatics out there, especially people like Diana there. I believe Charlie left her the company, but he stated numerous times, and they agreed that she would stay home and raise her kids. Erica said herself that you can't do both. Oh my God, what a weird, stupid thing to nitpick on right there. That's ridiculous. Look at this, you guys. Wow. My God. So she destroyed her reputation by being the head of Turning Point. Give me a break. All right, it's coming up here. We're supposed to be right here. In fact, we got 11 minutes to go. I don't know if she got the insurance payment. But wouldn't you think that there would be life insurance? I mean, so don't you think Candace Owens has life insurance and her husband? See, I just don't care about stuff like that. You know, I think the Candace Owens nut jobs, the people who believe in Candace Owens, probably think that Erica and other people at Turning Point plotted to take out Charlie Kirk. But then, if that's true, why were the French, Mossad, and Egyptians involved? I don't get it. See how stupid all this? See, Candace is what she's doing is like incredibly loosely tying all these things so that at some point, if there's even the minuscule link of something, she can say, see? Here's what's going to be in this case. If there is a conspiracy of any kind, it's on social media with the on Discord with other furry little individuals who are sort of plotted and planned and knew what Tyler Robinson was going to be doing and maybe even helped out, like, okay, yeah, look at this. You can go over here, you can go this, and worked with them on it. I think that's a possibility. There is no Mossad connection. There's no French government thing. The maroon shirt idea is almost laughable. I thought it was hilarious. And all the other things are completely garbage. So basically everything that Candace is telling you, while there's a truth in, oh, I got this email, it's all complete nonsense, you guys. Now, I don't know, you don't have to believe me, but at some point, when the information comes out in this case, against when Tyler Robinson goes to trial, and I think he might even plead guilty, but when the strong evidence comes out, you're going to be Like, wow, what the hell was Candace talking about? But you probably won't because you believe in her so much, you know. We stand with Candace. You guys are embarrassing. It's like a freaking cult. Like a literal cult, you know. Yeah. So is Tyler an agent with the Egyptian? I guess so. That's what we were talking about. And what they told Tyler, since he's not the shooter apparently, listen, I know that, you know, you don't like Charlie Kirk and, you know, but we're going to take out Charlie Kirk. We just need you to stand up there and pretend you're the shooter and spend the rest of your life in prison. All right? Thank you. Yeah. Make sense? No. I'm your Huckleberry. That movie's so good, man. I was just right after I watched those clips again, man. It's just selling 40 million in Freedom T-shirts is weird. Why? Why is it weird? Why wouldn't you sell as many Freedom shirts as possible and make as much money as possible, Shen, big guy? Why wouldn't you do that? Why is it weird? If Candace Owens, let me ask you something, Shen. See, look at these kind of comments. These are these are weird comments to me. It's weird, right? Like, why would, if Candace Owens sold a shirt and made $40 million on it, I actually think she's probably going to make millions on shirts because she has millions of people watching. If she gets a portion of them to buy a $40 shirt, if she sold and made $40 million, who cares? No, it's not weird. It's not weird at all, Shen, big guy. It means that people wanted to support Turning Point USA and grow it in the wake of Tyler Robinson killing Charlie Kirk. Why is it weird to you? See, you know what's weird is you. You know, it's unbelievable. What a stupid comment. Yeah, that's what I think. I think she's a scorn. I think she wanted to be with Charlie Kirk. She thought they were going to be this movement, Turning Point together. But then Charlie Kirk decided to be with Erica, and I think Candace became sort of a scorned lover type, not even a lover, just a scorned individual, because I don't think they were together like that. But I mean, I don't know if they ever dated or anything like that. And now she's hell-bent on destroying what Charlie Kirk built with Erica because she never liked the fact that Erica got, and now that Erica's the CEO, she really wants to destroy it. Doesn't that make the most sense out of all this? Right. Candace Owens. See, what's weird is these idiots show up in here and they bitch about Turning Point making millions on T-shirts when every single day that Candace Owens does a show, she makes $10,000 to $15,000 per show, if not more. So every week she makes 5 shows and makes anywhere between $70,000 and $100,000 a week, and she's been covering this for 6, 7, 8 weeks now, and has made. She's getting close to making $1 million just on the death of Charlie Kirk. Don't you find that to be disgusting? I mean, in the middle of a rant, she then says, "Hey, buy this makeup." Wow, that's incredible. Why don't you, if you didn't care about that, I don't know, man. It's just crazy. Unbelievable. And the thing is the reason it's bad, like, I don't care. Like, on my show, I say, hey, you guys, if you're out there, if you can help support the channel, that would be great. Like I'm saying right now. But in her case, she has this moral superiority that she keeps claiming. Like, she just cares about Charlie and wants the truth. Have you ever seen my skin? Well, here, look at this. You can buy this. I mean, that's sick, you guys. Yeah, everybody makes money. I mean, people who have YouTube channels that are monetized, make ad revenue, etc. Yeah, that's. But I don't make anywhere near that. I mean, it's like I spent a whole year making trying to make what she makes in a month. You know, it's not even close. The Gray Show, time to remove the investigation part. Yeah. You know, I investigate this way more than Candace does. She's not investigating the case. She's investigating ghosts and goblins. It's absolute garbage. I'm the one in this case who figured out that Tyler Robinson went into the tunnel. I'm the one in this case who got the new surveillance footage of Tyler Robinson walking the neighborhood. I'm the person who filmed the handprints, the fingerprints coming off the roof, etc. I put together the whole route, etc. But Gray, Tyler didn't do it. You're wasting your time. Okay, well, I'm sorry you think that way. When she focused on political... Yeah, Candace was great when she used to do like Blexit and just had regular thoughts on politics and things. She's turned into a lunatic. Literally. And at some point, all the people will realize that she was completely wrong and false. And I actually hope Turning Point and other people file lawsuits against her because what she's done is so damaging. It just has to be done. You know, has to be done. And she would lose. Because nothing she says is backed up with anything. You want me to refresh it? All right. Why are you telling me to do that? It just pops up on the screen here. Why are you telling me to do that, Lincoln? But hey guys, if you can help support the channel, that would be fantastic. Get some channel memberships for people out there that can't afford it. That would be awesome. My channel puts out the factual information in cases. Well, what do you mean they keep saying it's live? Well, they're just saying it's live like it's going to be live, right? Here it is, right here. There it is. Come on. I'm going to refresh it now, though. Okay, so it's still clocking like that. I'm not sure why it's clocking. Looks like it's not on my end, it's hers. Or theirs. Oh, there we go.
It's Richard's. Richard doesn't have. This is Richard's. I'm not going to get one. I do have a laptop. Old school today. So I mean, you know, it's the option that we thought about.
Oh, there he is. Ha ha.
This person.
You.
Or what they're saying.
We'll see if that was a mistake.
Okay, I know. It's frozen, but I'm going to grab that.
Just a database of the people search things, right? It's not an interview to get right. If you want, I'll identify one of them and send to you. You can look at it and say, okay, do we care? Okay. What does derogatory mean? I know, I've seen that before. I assume it means it's nothing that replicates the system. Yeah, it's funny. But I assume it means nothing that would mean that they follow up further. That too. That's my. I see. I'll identify one of the sent to you.
That's the same guy walking in those videos, you guys. Look at that. Skinny, From the side like that? Come on. How can you tell, Gray?
You'll remember one day. What's that? Maybe the strategy.
It was. Jamie, I'm sorry for your confusion. Thank you, H-Doc up there.
Assessment that is we will address that. And then we just leave.
Okay. 40 times.
I don't even need my... I'm just going to make myself really tiny over there.
He's here, I saw him walk in. He's sitting in the back.
I actually hear him whispering. I think he's just resigned to his fate. I really appreciate the court doing that, where they only let one camera in the courtroom, and then they made it available for everybody. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, I didn't think they were going to let us see him this close up like this. They just can't film his shackles and things like that. Although I think you can see his hands at this point. I just don't want anybody in the media to make a mistake, you know, like that JLR dipshit did, where we're not going to be able to watch the trial. That's usually what happens. They make a mistake and they go, well, we just can't, you know. He did that in the Morphew.
Please be seated.
Yeah, I think he just has shackles.
Court is now in session. Counsel, if you could enter your appearances, please.
Your Honor, Christopher Ballard, Ryan McBride, Chad Grunander, and Lauren Hunt on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, excuse me, Richard Novak, Stacy Visser on behalf of Mr. Robinson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jeff Hunt and David Ryman appearing on behalf of the media interveners that are identified in our motion papers.
Good afternoon.
Michael Judd, Your Honor, Parsons, Bailey, and Latimer on behalf of another set of media interveners also identified in the briefs.
Good afternoon, and I recognize Mr. Robinson in the courtroom as well. Good afternoon. And for the benefit of the record, calling case 251-403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, as we're moving forward today, I want to give an overview of what we anticipate doing. And it comes down, we're addressing 3 issues. The first is the October 14th, 2025 audio recording of the closed hearing and the October 24th, 2025 transcript of that hearing. The second is the state's motion to amend or clarify the publicity order, commonly known or referred to as the gag order. And finally, the motion for limited intervention and request for notice of motions to close, seal, or reclassify, and which has been filed by the media organizations and by counsel who are present today. So as we begin, the first part is we'll begin by addressing the October 14th audio recording and the October 24th transcript. This portion of the hearing will be closed so that I may hear from the parties regarding which portions of the recording, the record should remain sealed. All members of the public and the press will be excused, and the hearing will not be broadcast. This is because I need to hear what should or should not be
Is this right now?
sealed or protected, and it would not benefit to have everyone listen to what should be sealed. And so after I've heard argument, we will invite all parties, or the public and the media, to come back in, and the hearing will resume transmission.
Oh, jeez.
We will then take up the motion for limited intervention, followed by the state's motion
How long is that
to
gonna
amend
be?
or clarify the publicity order. These portions, the last 2 portions, will be open to the public and to the press. After hearing argument on all 3 matters, I will take a brief recess and then return to issue my ruling today. We will then stand in recess.
Oh, wow.
So at this point, we'll go ahead and excuse the public and the media, and it is the court's order that transmission be terminated temporarily.
Your Honor, we have one request with respect to the closed hearing. May I be heard on that?
Yes, counsel.
Thank you. Richard Novak for Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson has some immediate family members who are present, his father, his mother, and his brother, and we would ask the court to permit them to remain in the courtroom during the closed portion of the hearing.
To the state.
My only concern with that, Your Honor, is that we're going to be talking about court security measures. And I don't know that we'll have to go into a lot of detail about that, but I do have concerns about those issues being discussed in public.
All right. Mr. Novak, do you have authority that supports allowing them to remain in a closed hearing?
No, I think it's subject to the court's discretion to decide who is and is not an appropriate member of the public. I think they have a unique relationship with Mr. Robinson, and they would certainly abide by any orders the court makes concerning disclosure of what is discussed in closed session. But obviously, it's up to the court.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. I'm going to rule that they will be excluded as well. It is just given the nature and the sensitivity of it, I believe it is appropriate to treat all parties in the public equally, though I do recognize their relationship with Mr. Robinson. Thank you for your request.
Wow.
All right, we will go into the closed session. Thank you.
Must have been some pretty big stuff in there. So what's going to happen here then? Does this continue streaming and then it just sort of, like, you pause the... I don't know what happens here. maybe they start another stream. Man, actually, I thought that was pretty cool by the judge, actually. That was kind of a quick decision that he made. Not that we're having this delay, but there must be something really damning or something in these hearings for it not to get out, you know, for him not to even want the family to be in there. Closed session is just like it's off camera, it's too sensitive for the public to be aware of, so it must be something that would affect the jury pool in nature, or something private like a medical, you know, things like that. So I mean, who knows? So I don't know what happens here. Did they start a new stream, or does it just kind of look like this? Or I guess we'll see. It might just, if it just ends, then let me try to do something here. So let's go back to
40 times.
Sure. One day. It's nothing. That too. That's what it's time to be honest. You'll remember one day. What's that? Oh. Maybe the strategy. For sure. I don't want to start talking about this. But I also want to make it an assessment that is we will address that. And then you just leave.
Okay. 40 times.
now. There's a cuff on his left hand. I don't know what it's connected to, but there is a cuff on his left hand right there. Hey, thank you, Rayador. Or Redor. I don't know how to say that.
He's here, I saw him again. He's sitting in the back.
I'm actually recording this right now to see if we can boost it up.
Yeah.
Sure.
All rise. Before the station does now circuit, the honorable.
Man, they seem like they're all just buddy-buddy. I mean, I guess after that much time, it's been a few months, you know, you might be, you know, he's got these attorneys, and they must know that he did it, you know, at this point. I think they've just sort of, it's resigned. That's why they have no angle in this case, unless it's some technicality. All right, so hold on. I'm going to try to see if we can hear this better. I'm just looking for, there it is, OBS recordings. What the hell is it? Ah. Hold on a second.
Day. What's that? Oh. Maybe the strategy. For sure.
Hey, Etheric Soul, people who like you who believe that crap, you're insane, right? I don't mean to be rude, but I mean, you saying Mikey McCoy needs to be sitting right beside Tyler Robinson, that makes you a crazy person, all right?
I don't want to start talking about this, but I also want to make an assessment that is referred to.
Here, let me see what happens if I put the let's see, noise, denoise. See what happens.
Well, we will address that.
Oh wow, that worked pretty good. That worked pretty good, didn't it? I mean,
Well, I also want to make an assessment that is referred to. Well, we will address that. And then we just leave.
Okay. 40 times.
now Koberger is just as dorky and shitty. To even put the word manly on Koberger means there's something wrong with you. Now there's a cuff on his left hand. I don't know what it's connected to. Yeah, so he does have a cuff on his hand there, you guys. Here, watch. Let me show you. So it's probably connected to, look at that. That's definitely a handcuff right there. There's no way you can say that that's not. So apparently they're not supposed to, they're not supposed to film stuff like that, but I don't know what they're... But that must be connected to his feet, his shackles, but they didn't show him walking in. Okay, let's see if we can make something out here.
I don't think you've heard anybody.
I kind of assume.
It's funny, he sort of looks like Bill Walton when he was younger. From the side.
Okay, he's sitting in the back.
Oh my God, I think I heard him say Egyptian planes. Look at that, Egypt. Did you hear it? Listen, it said Egyptian planes. Did you hear it? Listen to it one more time. You can hear it. It's really clear. Here, let's listen. Hold on. It's really clear. He says it. Holy crap. Egyptian plane. Egyptian plane. Maroon shirt. Maroon shirt. Maroon shirt. Oh, you guys could hear it, right? I'm actually recording this right now to see if we can boost it up. Let's see. I don't know, I can't really hear anything there. Now you definitely need a lip reader here. That'd be good. She's married, isn't she, Candace? Oh, you mean this guy? Yeah, well, see this guy right here? Look what he looks like. And then if we go to, I guess, let me go over to here. Where are we at? Is it still playing? Yeah, so it's still, this is still moving forward. So cool, this is still live streaming. It's just the broadcast feed is off. Alright, so we have that. So just visualizing what he just looked like. You can't tell that, like, this guy is absolutely the same person. I mean, look at that. Look at how he sort of, like, his neck kind of goes out like that. That's exactly what's happening in the in this video right here. See that? And that's him. And his mom and dad said, "Oh, that's our kid." And it turns out he owned the exact same rifle. I wonder if this person was anti-Charlie Kirk. She seems so into I mean, this part right here is weird. Yeah. And they probably said, man, we agree, man. Yeah, that guy was...
All rise.
Okay. Look at that. That is him. See that? Now that you see him in person and he's sitting there. Now Candace is gonna, this is what Candace is gonna do. Watch this today on today's show. She's gonna say, "Then who's the guy at Dairy Queen?" Oh man. Because he looks different. Like, and the thing is, he looks stockier and stuff is because the camera angle squishes him down. It's the same thing that happened in like Kanika Jenkins, people would use weird angles and try to make it seem like that. No, well, I am though, Jamie, and anybody with a rational mind is sure it's him. See, you, on the other hand, don't. His parents said that it is him. Okay? I mean, I guess while we're waiting, why not go over the... I don't know. You know what sucks is it's like when you go over the probable cause and the charging documents, the Candace Owens types, you know, the conspiracy theory nut job individuals, they don't care what it says in there because that's all part of the conspiracy. They don't care about any piece of information that's in it. Don't you think it's interesting that an officer actually talked to Tyler Robinson after he came back to try to get his rifle? This case is absolutely just... It's one of the, I've been covering true crime on YouTube Live for at least 8 years, and I've been doing, you know, I've covered cases for a lot longer and looked into them a lot longer than that. And this is one of the strongest cases I've ever seen in all those years. And his defense team must know that. Now, they might be trying angles to get different things thrown out, you know, and then maybe, I mean, I don't know. I mean, his parents said that, wow, that looks like our kid. The mom said it, then showed the father, and he goes, yeah, it sure does. And then there was a picture in the media of the type of rifle. The father said, wow, that looks just like the one that Tyler got. Then they called Tyler up. He wouldn't respond. He couldn't produce a picture of the rifle. And then when he came home, he confessed to them, and then they arranged for him to turn himself in. But I guess that doesn't mean anything. If you don't have common sense, you'll think it's an Egyptian airplane. And the Israeli Mossad, and the French government, and the maroon shirt boys, and the... I mean, whatever else you have out there. Yeah, come on. Koberger isn't manly, all right? He's a like a, as you would call a dweeb. All right? Thank you, Linda Howell, as in Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Corrupt Circles. All right, we're still waiting. I mean, it's just to let you know, we'll be able to hear it when it comes back on right over here. Thank you, old grandma. I think it's going to be funny. Like, somebody should just do a parody. Saturday Night Live should parody Candace Owens. They won't, though, because they know it's helping what they want. I mean, she's getting a lot of stuff now. Look at Candace headlines. Candace Owens crashes out and we can't stop. Hey, thanks, Paul Ayers. Got old grandma there. Let's see, we got Linda Molden Howe. And then we got Paul Ayers. I think the only thing they will try to do is keep him from getting the death penalty. Right, exactly. I think it's very possible at some point there's going to be... Unfortunately, if he pleads guilty, it's really, really bad for Turning Point USA and the rest of... because the conspiracy theory people will just say, oh, he was forced into it, blah, 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 blah. And there'll never be a resolution in the minds. It needs to go to trial so that the absolute damning evidence is put forth proving what a lunatic Candace Owens and the rest of the conspiracy theorists have been the whole time. They don't use common sense. There's no logic, reason, etc. It's just, hey, you guys, this sells, so I'm going to do it. And I don't do that here. And that's why I don't get a lot of views on... I make these incredible videos on this case. At first, they got a lot of views. And then later on, once the momentum and the desire for conspiracies came about, I didn't fit into that groove, and everybody migrated to crazy people. You know, like the person who kept claiming Google Trends says stuff. Whatever the hell's name was, last name with a B, I can't remember. That guy is an absolute lunatic. I mean, and people watching him do not know because they don't know better. And it's just unbelievable. I mean, it's just crazy, you know? So I'm just doing what I can. If you guys, want to watch my show with the factual information, that would be great. I don't think it'll go the same way as the Epstein case because this is an actual trial in a state, Sean. You're absolutely incorrect. No one considers me intellectual. Okay, well, you don't. That's for sure. I guess that just means you're stupid. Let's see. Every single case that I've covered over the years, I can't remember one that we were just blatantly wrong the entire time. Can't think of one. Okay, well, I have a show tonight too, Bad Juju. How about promoting mine? That'd be pretty cool. Let's see. I wonder if he will take the stand. Yeah. I thought he's already done the ballistic stuff. Does the laughing and smiling make your stomach turn? Not really. It just he's like this young person. He's just kind of, you saw Koberger smiling in some of those earlier. Hey, Ethics Soul thinks I'm not a critical thinker because I don't believe that there's brown shirt killers, that the Israeli Mossad and the French government, along with our own government, are plotted against Charlie Kirk to get back at Candace Owens. I guess I'm not a critical thinker then. You're an idiot. I mean, like literally stupid. I don't know if you understand that. And cooperated. No, we just went there we were there at the same time. I didn't do anything with him or anything like that. I mean, we hung out and ate and stuff together, but I did my own filming, my own thoughts, walked around, did my own thing. He was kind of more focused on getting that drone footage. And, doing his he interviewed a bunch of people walking around and stuff. So, yeah, we didn't, when you say cooperated, I don't know what that means. But yeah, I watch his show, but I have my own channel in here. Like if I want to bring up another channel, I'll mention it. Yeah, I respect him too. I mean, I called him up yesterday. I said, "Hey, did you see the?" Yeah, I mean, the thing is I would say, if I'm not live and Paramount Tactical's live, you should go watch him do his shows. But I need the support on my channel for the people watching mine because I don't know, it's just like a struggle these days. And the thing is, if I'm live and everybody that watches me is over there and you're not here, then it struggles even more. It's like a food cart. Hey guys, you were on mine, and then all of a sudden, hey guys, there's another food cart over there. Go watch that one. Eat over there, and then there's no, it makes it tough. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, it's okay. Bad Juju. I mention him all the time on my channel. I'm just saying, you know, I have a show tonight too. Let's see. Please hit the like button and share if you can. He had Andrea Burkhart on there last night, and I was kind of nervous because Andrea Burkhart in the Delphi case was one of the biggest nutjob conspiracy theorists I've ever seen. But last night on that show, she seemed pretty reasonable and normal. But in the Delphi case, she is absolute crazy person. You know, I mean, just unbelievable. Okay, so... Not pushing conspiracies or not doing as well. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, it's a struggle. So that's why I need people, they're here to watch mine. Oh, thank you, Bad Juju. I was scared when he had her but she was good. Yeah, wasn't that crazy? I couldn't believe it. Like I was talking to him about something else, and then he said that she was coming on. I go, wow, that's crazy. She's a conspiracy nutter. In the Delphi case, and you know, and she is a defense attorney, so they're always looking for an out. But man, she was just crazy in that one. And but she seemed pretty normal and rational last night. So right, she thinks Koberger, but last night she was bashing Koberger, how stupid he was for having his phone on. So she must really. See, I think Andrea Burkhart's one of the, is, if you have her on and you're interviewing her about something, she will use rational thought and discuss it, especially when it's not somebody sort of on her team somewhere. But when she's covering her own stuff, it's crazy, Looney Tune stuff, like literally trying to make people, like, I think she was pro-Burger and Richard Allen, but in reality, she doesn't believe. So what it shows when you listen to her interview on Paramount Tactical is that she didn't believe any of the stuff that she was telling people, because she said how stupid Koberger was, you know, because he had his phone on and then he turned it off, and then he, you know, she said Koberger wasn't as smart as he thought he was. He made mistakes. Well, okay, well, there you go. That means you know that he did it. So you're selling to your audience like that you don't think, you know, look, he could have got off, he could have done this and this, you know. It's stupid. I don't know how to explain it. Hey, why aren't you a channel member over here, EI Rule, like you used to be? Thank you. Thanks for this, Gray. Selfishly hoping the trial goes through. Yeah, I think if it doesn't go through, they also need to have something where documents are released that show the mountain of evidence they had. That's what they need to come up with. Yeah, and sadly, conspiracy theorists like Ethical Soul, they don't. It doesn't matter when the truth comes out. They won't be able to believe it, or will admit that they were wrong, and that's just the way they are. Let's see. Well, let me clear that off the screen. But I agree, EI Rule. I hope it goes to trial. If it does, it'll be like in a while, I think. Although I think this one's pretty cut and dry. None of your, yeah. No, we are able to read. We are able to read. You got about 10 more seconds, Etheric Soul. If you make another shitty comment, you're going to be removed from the channel permanently. All right? This channel is my channel, and I don't appreciate you. I don't think you're smart, nor is anything that you say interesting, or does it have value. All right? So at that point, it's like, well, it's just a waste of time to keep having to deal with your comments. So, well, depending on whatever your next comment is, we'll remove you from the channel. If it's a normal, like, comment about a case or something, it'll be fine. These people are so stupid. It's just, wow. I wonder how long this is going to take, this whole, like, waiting around here. I'm just looking for a file here. That's not it. Okay, is it there? There you go. See, a lot of people don't have this document. This is the probable cause document. People don't have this one. This isn't one of the ones that's, it's not the charging documents. This is the one put out by the Utah County Sheriff Department. Probable cause statement. All right. So should we go over this while we're waiting? And I'll start it where it matters, you know. Yeah, that, like, this isn't even... I guess this part's good here. Charlie was holding a microphone and speaking to a crowd. While speaking into the microphone, a loud gunshot was heard at approximately 12:23 hours. And Charles appeared to have been hit in the neck. Now, I think if we turned out, it's 12:23:28, something like that. Charles appeared to have been hit in the neck. Blood was seen coming out of the left side of his neck as he fell over to his left. Charles was transported to the Timpanogos Regional Hospital in Orem. Charles was pronounced deceased at the hospital. Investigators reviewed the Utah Valley University surveillance camera. While reviewing the surveillance camera, investigators observed an individual on the rooftop of the Losi Center building on the UVU campus at the time of the shooting. All right, so let's see. Let me open up that. We'll try that again. I'm going to show you what it looked like from there. Well, thank you. And to hear the, but great, that one. All right. All right, so we have different days. So it's the 14th. I think the first video on the 14th. Yep. All right, here we go. Right there. So look at, I flew the drone up in the air and put it right next to, there's the camera right here. See that? That's the camera. So we're basically in the same spot, just a little bit forward about 3 feet. So this is what the camera saw. And you can see right over here, the final video that law enforcement has, you're going to see a dark figure coming up these stairs here. Coming over here, walking over to there, jumping over this wall, and then a little while later gets up after assembling the rifle, runs over to the corner of the building, stays there for a minute or so, and at the precise time the shot took place, the person gets up right after that, runs, comes over here behind this building, jumps down right there, and then runs across the street. And then this camera also picks up the fact that they can't continue seeing him over here, so he went into the wooded area here, and that's what led law enforcement into the woods and found the rifle and the black towel. All right? It's that simple. Gray, how do you know? Because I have a brain that works. It's weird. All right, let's see. Okay, and it says investigators reviewed the Utah Valley University surveillance cameras. While reviewing the surveillance cameras, investigators observed an individual on the rooftop on the Losi Center building on the UVU campus at the time of the shooting. Hereafter, the unidentified individual will be referred to as suspect. Based on surveillance camera footage, suspect appears to be a white male and dark-colored hair, wearing a dark-colored hat, sunglasses, and a long-sleeved black shirt with a picture of an American flag and an eagle printed on the shirt. Dark-colored jeans and a white-gray shoes with white-colored shoelace. The shoe appears to be consistent with Chuck Taylor Converse-style shoes. Suspect is also carrying a dark-colored backpack on his back. Suspect walks with a distinctive gait. Prior to the shooting, the suspect appeared to walk with a stiff right leg and at a relatively slow pace. Suspect ability to bend his right leg appears to be, I'm sure it says limited or something, restricted. Okay. Investigators were able to track the suspect's movement on the UVU campus starting at 11:50, and that's right when he cuts across on the grass. So what they're talking about in that footage right there is right, not there, this one right here. So look what time it is. 11:50, 28 seconds. So right there, around 11:50, cuts across, right there in that corner. And see, that's what I'm saying. I investigated, did the probable cause match what we see on camera? And it does, all right? First capture, suspect walking across grassy area north of Campus Drive at approximately 800 west. Suspect walked south through the parking lot and approached a pedestrian tunnel. See, and I already told people he went through a tunnel, and then it came out in here, and people were like, "Oh, you got that one right." That runs underneath Campus Drive. Before entering the tunnel, suspect paused at the top of the stairs and pulled out what appeared to be a cell phone from his pocket, using the right hand at approximately 11:53. And so that is interesting because it takes about that amount of time to, it's exactly the amount of time to walk there. How long did he stand there at the top of the stairs, however, talking on the phone? Maybe 2-3 minutes? Who knows? Suspect eventually put what appeared to be the cell phone back in his right pant pocket using his right hand. Surveillance captured the suspect making his way towards the Losi Center. We just went over that on my 360-degree video earlier. At approximately 12:02, which is only 9 minutes after he was standing there at the top of the tunnel, absolutely consistent, probably stood there for 3 minutes, and then he walks down, and then at 12:02, if you go back to this picture, the suspect can be seen coming in right over here. And I showed you guys that earlier when we were walking. Remember how he came in from behind over here, and there's where he jumped down? At 12:02, you're going to see Tyler Robinson walking like this, right around like this, with a limp. And then at approximately 12:15 hours, the suspect was observed walking up the stairs. So 12:02, the suspect was recorded walking on the north side of the Losi Center building. That's what I just showed you. Walking with the same gait, meaning the limp, etc., as observed earlier. The suspect entered the Losi Center building through a set of doors And then on the southeast corner of the Losi Center building, that's where it was. So he goes, so again, on the camera, you see him on the north side coming in like this. He walks with the same gait over to here and then enters the door right there. See that? Okay, so when people say I don't investigate, you're full of shit. I know what I'm doing here. I'm trying to see, does the information match up? And it does. Now, you don't have to believe whatever you want. You're just going to be wrong. Gray, you just want to be right. Put a 1 if you don't want to be right. Like, I think it's hilarious when people say, you just want to be right. Well, the thing is I work really hard to be right, and I want to be right. I don't wake up in the morning and say, gosh, man, I can't wait to be wrong for all the people who watch me today. You'd have to be an idiot to think that way. All right, at approximately 12:15 hours, the suspect was observed walking up the stairs that lead to the common area adjacent to the Losi Center building. The suspect walked up to a short concrete wall. I mean, hell, let's just do this part too. So we've already seen this. Let's open up another one, which was this first big one there. Yeah, do you guys mind hitting that like button for me? Thanks. So again, a minute ago when I just said on the north side of the Losi Center building, that's what this is over here. So that's exactly right. That camera's picking him up, walking like this. And there's the camera right there. Can you see that? Right where I'm with my mouse, that white mouse.
Where he jumped off.
And he jumps off right there. And he walks into the area. Okay, and then he enters the Losi Center building. And then
here is...
he's observed going up these stairs. So here we go. It said, at approximately 12:15 hours, the suspect is observed walking up the stairs that lead to the common area adjacent to the Losi Center building. The suspect walked to a short concrete wall that separates the common area from the rooftop of the Losi Center building. At approximately 12:17, the suspect climbed over the short wall. All right, so here we go. This is what they're talking about.
Are the steps.
He literally walks up these stairs right here.
Yeah, you couldn't go up a week ago or so. Or maybe
yeah, the Spider-Man stairs. You have to be Spider-Man to walk up those stairs. So look, watch right over here. Guess what? There's the camera. Right there, everybody. See how common sense, logic, and reason. There is the 360-degree camera. It's picking him up, walking up these stairs. And then it's going to show him walk to the common area. That's the brown area here.
Crazy here.
See that?
Man, it's a lot closer.
And this wall, I don't even think it's 3 feet tall. I think it's like 2.5. So he comes over here. And at 12:17, he climbs over this short wall here.
This window was really short.
See, look at that. And this fence here was not there, nor was this light motion sensor. So you could walk all the way to this corner if you wanted to. All right? Awesome. Hopefully it all makes sense now. Oh, sorry you're not feeling good, sassy Gemini. You must be born in May. Almost every woman I ever dated was a Gemini, which is crazy. I don't know what the deal is with that. It just sort of... I wouldn't say everyone, but like 70%. No, that's not going to be clear. It's going to look just like I just showed you. It's not going to be any clearer than, you know, like this video right here. This is what it looks like. It's going to look like that. You know, from that distance, You're going to see a guy sort of move around over there, fire at exactly the time, get up and run. Okay, that's what they're going to have on camera. We saw the portion after he started running right here. If it would have been cool if they had just released the part where he stood up and ran. Okay, but they didn't do that. They have it 100%. Unfortunately, the camera, though, their camera only filmed, like 6 to 8 frames a second. If that. I don't even know if it was that. It might even be like 2 frames. Because it's a huge image that they're recording. So there it is. At 12:17, the suspect climbed over that short wall that I just showed you and appeared to crouch down on the north side of the wall, which is exactly that little space, the north side of it, on the rooftop. At approximately 12:22 hours, the suspect stood up, and that's really close to the time of the shooting. He hid there. He put the rifle together, and then he stood up and started running across the rooftop to the Losi Center building, of the Losi Center building. The notable limp from previous surveillance was absent. That's because he took the rifle out of his pants, assembled it, and ran across. The suspect ran to the west side of the rooftop, appeared to sort of scoot along the rooftop area as he got closer to the edge of the rooftop. Kind of shimmied over. At approximately 12:22 hours, the suspect laid down in a position consistent with a prone shooting position. Wow. That looks a hell of a lot like this, right there. Doesn't it?
Oh, there's somebody on the roof right there?
Crazy. In the prone position. Whew. Wow, those documents way off, huh? It's just amazing. At approximately 12:22 hours, the suspect laid down in a position consistent with a prone shooting position near the edge of the rooftop and appeared to be facing west in the direction of the courtyard area. The rooftop of the Losi Center building overlooks the courtyard area where the event featuring Charlie Kirk was taking place. The Losi Center building is east of the courtyard area at approximately, and if we go from above, right here, what they're talking about this whole time. See, that's the north side of the Losi Center building. This is the north side of that wall. See? Right there, the north side of the wall. He assembles the rifle right in that position, then runs across the roof just like this to this corner, lays down, and then fires at Charlie Kirk right there. Right? And that is west of the Losi Center building. Right there. Don't you hate when things just make too much sense? A scrawny kid didn't hit a man in the neck that far away. What does it matter if he's scrawny or not? Yeah, I'm sorry, Jamie. We're going to have to remove you, man. Have a good one. Maybe come back tomorrow. We'll give you 24 hours, all right? Maybe back tomorrow. All right, see you later. Why does it matter if somebody's scrawny with a rifle? What an idiot. All right, here we go. Let's see. At approximately 12:23 hours, the surveillance shows that the suspect stood up suddenly from the edge of the rooftop and sprinted north of the rooftop of the Losi Center building. The suspect ran to the northeast corner of the Losi Center building and approached the edge and edge of the rooftop and sprinted north on the rooftop to the Losi Center building. The suspect ran to the northeast corner of the Losi Center building and approached the edge of the rooftop. Suspect placed a dark-colored item on the rooftop and proceeded to lower himself off the rooftop. The suspect dropped off the rooftop onto the grass below. The suspect ran north near the parking lot to the east of the Losi Center. At approximately 12:24 hours, the suspect ran north across Campus Drive. The suspect appeared to be carrying an item whose identity is not clear from the surveillance. The area to the north of campus, it's obviously the rifle wrapped in a black towel, because that's what they found. The area to the north of Campus Drive Road, where the suspect crossed over, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark towel The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06, exactly the same type that his grandfather gave Tyler Robinson. The rifle, it's a bolt action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. I guess apparently an expensive scope, according to Tyler Robinson. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices bulge, OWO," I think it's UWU. Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, catch," up arrow symbol, right arrow symbol. A second said, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow Chow." A third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you're gay, LMAO." And then investigators also discovered a shoe impression on the northeast corner rooftop. See, that's exactly what I told you guys. I guarantee you that there is a footprint right here on that ledge. Not up here, not on the ground. This is gravelly, the ground's grass. There's a footprint when he settled himself for a moment and then jumped. Let me see if I can find my camera shot of that. Might be this one. Yeah, I think it is. So I just happen to have my, you can see my camera down here. Look at, see that? I have this long pole, see that? With my 360-degree camera on it. And here we go. And I think his footprint, see these little markers? I think his footprint is right there or somewhere on the top of this. Yeah, somewhere in here, if like you could see their photographs, it'd be clear. And then also right up here, look at that. Those are his 4 fingerprints, fingers pulling off the roof. His foot was up here and over in this area too. I think that's where he dragged his foot off right there. And then I think right down here, one time when I looked at it, you could almost see footprints, but it's hard. You know, you have to. And if it was really still and it was really high resolution, you'd probably see a footprint. But that's where he placed his foot and then jumped. Right there. Is this interesting to anybody? Yeah, there's going to be more court hearing. We're just waiting for that. But hey guys, if you're out there watching, if you could please help support the channel, I would appreciate it. My channel relies on the people watching to survive. Especially when you don't peddle conspiracy theories. All right. Is that good enough? Yeah, I was thinking like right there or something. But I don't know. And then this is there's where he jumped down. And this is what it looked like from his perspective walking over there.
It's down a hill, so that was clever as well. And then he sort of has it adjusted in this area. And this tree here would block some of the view. Some people, like right in here.
I think I know exactly how he did this. I don't even know if he went back up there. I think he went and hid it in there and then came out here dressed in the maroon shirt and then walked up there, went up that bank right there. Let me show you why. So he goes across into the woods here, changed clothes, and then came back out in front here. This is all different now. Let me see if I can find something more recent. Alright, so this is what it looks like now. This doesn't have the 3D look to it. Actually, it doesn't look, this is February, so it doesn't even look like that. This is all a parking lot. But I think let me just go back to this then. I think he came around, walked up there. Let me go back to that. See how it looks? Totally different than that. See, that fence goes to here, and that's like right here. See this fence right here? That's this. So see how it's totally different in there? So I think he went up there, and then after going up there, he went like this. So see right here is that. See right there? Same thing. He went up here, and then he kind of like, there was a little fence there. He climbed over, and then he jumped down over here by the ROTC building. He comes out, and then he walks on this little dirt path, and that's how he ends up being behind where that camera filmed him running, and then he comes out back over here. And then obviously when he came back over here, he went north back to his car. Now there was somebody on here a while back that said that his car could have been parked right there, and it is. It's a perfect spot. Now look how crazy this is. The spot that I determined earlier when he did his dry run, right there would have been a great spot. You cannot see what anybody's doing if you're on the passenger side. Then after he finished his dry run, he merely drove down the street over here to get a little closer, because you're not going to want to walk that far with the gun in your pants. So he parks right there and puts the gun in his pants. Let me show you what it looks like. I did a 360 degree there too, but see, there's both sides there. There's no surveillance cameras, trees everywhere. And then over here, there is a house. However, if you have your passenger side door open and you're parked right over there, you wouldn't be able to see anything from that house. And so he probably on that side of the car put that in. This is all just a theory here. And then he walks from there around down like this. We see him on camera limping like this. Comes around and, you know, does the whole tunnel thing, does the shooting, etc. But when he was finished, he came down, ran through like this, and then made his way back to his car, and then we know that he made his way to that shopping mall area. Isn't that crazy? Makes complete sense, doesn't it? And it's all just based on real information. So I think he may have gone into the woods and came out with the maroon shirt, and then went up like this, and then over to the ROTC building. I don't think he would go back out to the street and then cut across somebody's yard. This was under construction. Remember how the construction worker said that they saw him? And said, hey, you can't be here. And he goes, oh, I'm just trying to get away. There was a shooting or something. And he goes up over, through the construction area. And that's exactly what this is over here. See, again, if you go here and then go to the more recent, that looks like there is June 2025. So this is just a couple months prior. See how there's construction all over the place? So I think he went through here, up over, and then on that path behind the original TMZ footage. Can I get a boom? Come on, you guys. That's good shit. And see, when you say I didn't investigate, I'm the one that found the fingerprints on the roof being pulled off in the public. I'm the one that got the extra surveillance footage and figured out all the routes and what's more plausible, etc. So that's the part I don't really get. Now, when you say I didn't investigate, sure, I did not investigate the Egyptian planes. I think it's ludicrous. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. And even if there are Egyptian planes, what do they have to do with Charlie Kirk? And it's not true, by the way. There's other people that have, looked into it. And it didn't follow Erica Kirk. My God, why would an Egyptian plane follow Erica Kirk everywhere she went? What would they possibly be doing? Lunatics. So it is still... I'm still clocking away over here, so it just hasn't gone live again. It's interesting, too. He's going to take a short break and rule today. So, I mean, what does that mean? I mean, the thing is, when you see something that's so clear and obvious, it's easy to put together, and it's easy to debunk people unless they throw stuff out like Egyptian airplanes and things, because how do you debunk it? Like, try to get a hold of the airline and say something, and then even if you did call the airline and got a hold of the pilot of the plane, and they said, no, we just do this, and I got it on recording, Candace Owens nutjob cult members would just say, oh, of course he told you that. It's a cover-up. Okay. All right. So, I mean, I guess at some point there's never going to be a point where you can disprove or prove anything to these people. You know what I'm saying? That's I'm a little too close up. Yeah, you can't disprove stuff like that. Everything that she said. Remember how she went after that girl that happened to walk past Tyler Robinson? And then she, like, totally doxed her and said where she worked. And, oh, look, she works for the police department. Oh, my God. Oh. It's ridiculous. I wonder what this screen looks like. Yeah. Erica wasn't there. Yeah, wouldn't that be weird if Candace Owens was actually pretending to be a furry and communicating with people like Tyler Robinson and got them to do it? Because she hates... Wow, that would be a good one. Let's do that, man. That's even a better conspiracy theory. Candace Owens hates Erica Kirk so much for stealing her man that she pretended to be a furry and sort of infiltrated one of the furry groups out there and convinced somebody to take out... well, why would she take out Charlie Kirk, though? I mean, why wouldn't you take out the competition? Yeah, so that one doesn't make sense. Okay, I was trying for something, but... Or maybe she's just so mad at that person that... Yeah, Tucker Carlson's nuts, man. He's just as stupid. And I said earlier in the show, I mean, look, Tucker Carlson isn't stupid, obviously, because he you know, I said that, but he's not stupid. He, though, has always been a conspiracy theorist. And Tucker Carlson, whenever Tucker Carlson says, and it's just true, whenever he says that, and this is true, it's actually factual, you can take it to the bank when Tucker says that it's anything but, all right? When like last night, he said that Tucker, he goes, yeah, and these Egyptian planes, they were following Erica. Man, how weird is that? And it's factually true. It is. It's an absolute fact. And then it's like, well, no, it isn't, Tucker. You know, it isn't, Tucker. But you're saying that because you want it to then give power to everything else that you're saying after that by building a foundation that is irrefutable, that it's absolute fact, and then everything I'm about to tell you is true because that was a fact. Nope. Sorry, Tucker. Right, there you go. Maybe that's it. SC Mesa. Yeah. What did you want to say about Tucker, Julie? Candace misread UTC, mistook maintenance stops for covert ops, and yeah, it doesn't matter though. Terminus, you could present her with that document, and she'll just say your document is a cover-up. Of course, they'll say that it was maintenance. Terminus, you could come up with an official document signed by a notary public, interviews, and send it to her, and she say, of course they're saying that. It's a cover-up. What are they going to tell you? Yes, we were following Erica Kirk. See, that's... You can't win. It's impossible. What do you mean someone else? There's many people. I've been saying this for a long time, Shady Shores. Where have you been? It doesn't help my channel out at all. I get people unsubscribe. How dare I tell you that Candace is a nut job? But all I can say is this. What she's saying to all of you is false. Okay? And that's all I can tell you. It's absolutely false. And she's either doing it for the $15,000 to $20,000, or, you know, I guess I would say 10 to 15,000, maybe even 20 per episode that she's doing. And she doesn't want to destroy that. So she keeps putting it out there. Or she is schizophrenic. She's definitely narcissistic, for sure. She thinks she's literally the biblical David helping out Charlie Kirk. And she, too, has these dreams that he was betrayed. You know what? I think what it was, you had a dream where you were looking in a mirror. And turns out you were the one that has betrayed Charlie Kirk, effectively destroying the goodwill that Turning Point USA had after he was killed, and creating a huge division in the conservative movement in the United States. You are an embarrassment and have caused so much harm. It's just I don't. How does Turning Point actually recover from the shit that Candace Owens has put out there? How does that happen? She'd have to come forward and say, you know what, you guys, everything I said about Turning Point turns out to be untrue. I was lying, and they're a good organization. But she can't do that because she's a narcissist. She can't admit it. Candace Owens, my God, wakes up and has dreams, everybody. I had a dream. You know, because Charlie had dreams and he was prophetic. So I'm having dreams too. So basically both of us are higher spiritual beings than the people we're talking to in our cult. You know, when she said, I mean, not our cult, her cult. So she wants to use Charlie Kirk as sort of this higher spiritual being because he had these prophetic dreams, and then she too has these dreams. And you guys can't have those types because you're not me. So she has these really prophetic dreams herself, and Charlie was betrayed, and it's just exactly the same as a cult. I mean, literally, like identical to a cult. It's real. It's creepy. Hey, thanks, Tammy McDonald. And yes, you too out there, you guys. If you want to help support an actual channel who puts out factual information, maybe buy some channel memberships for people, that would be awesome. Maybe we can get some more members in here. Candace Owen thinks she should be running. Right. I think what she thought was her and Charlie were starting this movement. And then Charlie ended up, wanting to be with Erica. And I think that's probably, I bet you can time it up that Candace sort of left Turning Point, sort of around, kind of a little bit around those times, And then she has just had resentment towards Erica the whole time. And now it was a perfect opportunity to pretend that she is really looking out for Charlie and destroying the organization at the same time. It's crazy, man. Unbelievable. Oh yeah, Candace Owens in the decay. Well, if you guys were watching my show last night, I did a show from 8 years ago regarding Jessica Chambers' case, and I said the same thing. I go, I think this just shows you how stupid our society is becoming. Where a jury, if you watch the end of last night's show, a jury came back and the judge said, if you reach the verdict, And the foreman said yes. And then the judge said, you guys all agreed? And he said yes. And then all of a sudden this guy interrupted and said, we didn't all agree. And then the judge said, okay, go back and do this again. Okay. Then a little while later they came back out and they said, have you reached a verdict? Yes, we have. If you all agree, yep. And then they read the verdict, not guilty. And whoa, there was all this happiness. And the prosecutor said, I want to pull the jury. I want to pull the jury. And then 8 out of 12 said guilty. It wasn't even, there was no unanimous consent at all. In fact, it was 8-4 guilty. And then the judge sent him back again, for God's sake. He goes, what are you guys doing? Sent him back again. And then they come back out, and it's a hung jury this time. Finally, they did it right. And in that video, I said, man, this just shows you how stupid people are. Who doesn't know that it has to be unanimous? Right. I played it last night on the show. If you missed it, you should go watch the end of it. Or just look on my channel for Jessica Chambers. It was lunacy, complete, just absurd. And that's the sort of brain mindset of the Candace Owens cult followers. You know, the ones that type in, I'm with Candace. And what's the thing that they always type about, like Jesus in there with her? It's just the craziest thing. God. Oh, man. It's unreal. I'm your Huckleberry. Yeah, God, look at that. This scene right here is so good. Right there, look at that.
Well. I didn't think you had it in you.
I'm your Huckleberry.
Come on, isn't that the best?
Johnny Ringo.
Oh,
okay. You look like somebody just walked over your grave.
Fight's not with you, Holiday.
I beg to differ, sir. We started a game we never got to finish. Play for blood, remember?
I was just fooling about.
I wasn't.
Oh, God. Isn't that the greatest thing you've ever seen? Man, that's just, I wasn't. Oh, man. Jeez. I mean, Val Kilmer should have won got an Oscar for that. 100%. I mean, it was just, have you ever seen better acting, really, than that? The way he portrayed Doc Holliday? Oh, man, it's just so good. Well, we're just still waiting for the court to come back in session here. Oh, that's crazy, right, Mikey? So there you go. That's perfect, right? Erica met Charlie in 2018. They started dating in 2019. Candace announced her leaving TPSO in May. Boom. Ha ha. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you for looking that up. Anyways, thank you all for watching Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube, where we use facts, logic, reason, and common sense to figure out what's going on in true crime cases. Thank you for being here. Wow, isn't that amazing? But come on, you guys. I need the support from you guys. Let's get some channel memberships gifted, etc. See if we can do it. Come on. See if we can get 10. Let's see. Where are we at here? If you guys do 10 channel memberships, I'll give 5 myself. All right. So let's see if we can do that. So 10 from right now. Candace was only at TPUSA for 18 months. Right. What the heck? Okay, well, geez, all in one shot. Thanks, legendary CEO. All right, well, here we go. And there you go. Boom. Thank you, legendary. That was legendary. So, how many people in here believe Candace Owens? Thank you, Roger Smith. Appreciate it. Maybe I should do a poll. All right, this one's just, do you believe her about the Egyptian plains? Thanks, Roger Smith, for getting in there. Thank you, Tammy. Tammy McDonald. Yep, if we can get some bunch of channel memberships gifted, that'd be cool. Actually, I didn't do the math right on my 5, but hey, I did it anyways. She doesn't have anything. Conspiracy theories are almost never true, okay? So, you know, you can believe in one, but you're just sort of wasting your time unless there's really something there. Have you noticed how many things has Candace thrown at the wind? Like, it's like grabbing a handful of darts, chucking them at a board, and each place there was like a board filled with different angles you could go at, and then she picks one. Oh, there's one. Oh, yeah. Okay, somebody came up this little trap door. Okay, that one's not selling as well. Hey, how about the... hey, this one person with a British accent showed me that there's this Egyptian plane. Oh, wow, this one has legs. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. We'll keep that in there. You know, how the Egyptians are related to the Israeli Mossad, I don't know. But hey, the Mossad's part of it, right? Working with the French government together to take out Candace. And the Egyptians are on board. They're going to fly the agents over. Maybe paratroop them in as they fly by over Orem. They're going to come in, land, and set up operations. And then, of course, on the ground that day, there's secret agents all dressed in maroon shirts because... right. That's what I was just going to say. They're all dressed in maroon shirts because they didn't think to just dress casually. They dressed in uniform. They didn't think, hey, you know what? We should all wear different colors so we don't look like we're part of something, all right? They forgot. They all showed up in their maroon shirts. And don't forget the shot that came from the planter up above. Of course, then she debunked herself when apparently she saw the video where the bullet hit from behind, but Candace was so stupid while she was watching the video, didn't think to look up to see where the shot had come from, if indeed you could see the position that Tyler Robinson was from the footage behind Charlie Kirk. I think it's possible you couldn't, but she didn't even mention it because she wasn't smart enough to realize that was something to look at. Candace Owens does not know the factual information in the case. She only knows about her conspiracies. If you asked her, I could go through the probable cause and charging document by memory. She doesn't know anything that's in those because she doesn't want to. It makes too much sense. So to read those would just be making yourself feel bad, knowing that what you're selling to your adoring cult member fans is completely bullshit. All right. There were 8 or 9 different shooter theories. Yeah, they keep selling it. Oh, a 30-06, blah, blah, blah. It would have gone blah, blah, blah. It would have blasted out the back. Yeah, All right, let's see. Thanks, Chris Stew. If you want peace of mind from Candace and other crazy channels, join Gray Hughes. Yeah, that wasn't for you, Joe Morton, to jump in and advertise for other channels. Hey, question for Gray. What is the difference between a dipshit and a nut job? Let's see. Not much. Let's see. I think they're a cousin of each other. All right. What's the difference between a dipshit and a nut job? No. I guess one's just on the other end, I guess. Pretty much the same thing. I don't think anyone doubts. Look up above, though. There's actually, yes, 14% of the idiots watching the show think that Candace, there's something to the Egyptian plains. All right. Let's see. Let's do another one. Do you think that Candace... Something to the... Even Candace knew the maroon shirt thing was stupid. Of course, Tyler Robinson was wearing a maroon shirt too because he's part of that unit and he couldn't wear a disguise. He had to wear the actual unit garb. Right, and there's 14%. A lot of them are just my trolls, you guys. They're trolls that I have on my channel. So regardless of what reality is, they always vote opposite because they always want to be different, you know. So they show up and watch the show, waiting for something, and you know. All right, you guys, see if we get some more channel memberships gifted. We need about. I miscalculated on that. We got. We need. Let's see if we can get 5 more at least before we get back to this thing. Yeah, we don't. You know, we try not to. There's a couple of people you can mention, but I don't like when people mention channels I've never heard of. You know, I just don't care, and nor do I want you advertising them if I don't know them. Who claims to have analyzed video of UVU, and there's military drones moving. He's an idiot. Okay, it's when you see stuff like that. So here's the thing: if a bird flies by really quick on a camera, and you slow it down, you can just claim it's anything, a drone, or you know, it's just. It is what it is. They aren't drones zipping by. Unless it was a drone that looks like a bird. What's more believable? And it drove by really quick and then shot. Ah! And so why was Tyler Robinson on the roof? Listen, Tyler, we need you to go up on the roof. I know this isn't going to be fun, but you don't like Charlie Kirk either. But we need you to run up there with a rifle with a bullet in the chamber that has these certain names. We'll make it look like it was fired, and you're just going to have to take... we're going to, you'll be charged with murder, and you're just going to have to live in prison the rest of your life because we're going to fly this drone by and take a shot really quick. Why not, Shen, the guy? They just showed us what the part with the rifle. See, all they were showing us was things that you could see with the rifle. That's just where they cut it. See, why not cut it there? I wish they had shown us the rest of it. It's going to be there. In fact, we don't need to see it because it actually tells us in the document. Right here, it literally tells us exactly what is seen on the camera. It says, I think it's in this one. It says, right here, at approximately 12:07, and this is all on camera. They even mentioned it up here, that they were looking at a camera. At approximately 12:15, the suspect is observed walking up the stairs. 12:17, you see him climb over a wall. 12:22, the suspect stood up, started running. And then it even describes it in the same plain way when he was leaving the roof. The FBI just showed us a portion of what they were looking at. How come we can't just understand that? It's so simple, so easy to understand. You don't need to say, why didn't somebody do something? Let me ask you something. When you got up this morning and you stepped off your bed, you stepped off with your left foot today, but normally you step off with your right foot. And I'm wondering what is different today. Is there something you're going to be doing later in the day? Because normally you step off with your left, but today was right, and I'm really confused at that. That's the kind of shit that Candace talks about. Notice how Chuck over there is grabbing his coffee cup with his right hand. Now, we know he's left-handed. I'm starting to wonder, is that really him? Is that really even him? Or is this an AI creation? And they didn't realize he was left-handed because he grabbed it with the... You see how that works? No, I don't mind, like if I'm talking about a channel, like I talk about Paramount Tactical because we're friends, etc. I don't care if somebody wants to bring them up. I don't want you bringing up channels that you think may agree that I've never heard of because I don't want to. I don't know who they are. I haven't listened to them. I don't know what they're doing. And I'm not going to endorse something like that. Ray, can you confirm if there has ever been video of Tyler holding his phone? No. They have it, though. They have him standing there in the same footage that we see. He's looking at his phone. Yeah, it says it in the document. It says at the top of the stairs, he appears to take out his phone and then eventually puts the phone back in his pocket and walks into the tunnel. Okay, so that means that just a little bit after this shot right here, right before that, he was standing here, and this is a wide angle shot, by the way. Let me see, I actually went out there again on the let's see, on the 14th. 14th, there's that one. Maybe this one, because it's so long. Oh yeah, see there he is, Paramount Tactical. And look at, we're actually going to the spot where that shot was taken on the side. See? That's kind of back in this area is where they filmed Robinson running across, laying down and firing from right there down. Alright, let's see. There it is. I think maybe this one. I don't think they actually believe that. So this time I walked right where Tyler Robinson walked, on the sidewalk, not on the street.
It's hard to explain, but he would have parked back up.
This is day 2, doing the same thing. And I try to sort of mimic, you know, walk over on the left side and then cut across, right around in here. There it is, and go down here. And
we just went down right there.
And then here we go into the tunnel. Let me try this one. They did some really cool stuff going into the oh yeah, so this is down in that wooded area. So that camera, by the way, you guys, is right there. See that? That's the camera. So you can see this whole area over here. And now, yeah, so I did what I was... Yeah, that's crazy. So here's that fence that I was showing you a few minutes ago. And then look.
This is the construction.
This is where that little swimming pool looking object was. And then I think he walked right up there. He climbed over that little wall and went straight up behind there to the ROTC building. See? Look how easy that would be, too.
You'd almost have to have went up that way.
Yeah, see that? I think he just climbed over this and went up through there.
But
and see, right there is the tunnel, right there. See, he came walking in from over there. You guys see that? Here, I'll show you what this is, just so you have a perspective. Alright, so right up there is that street that you walk down and then cut across the grass. This is the tunnel. It goes underneath, and then you come out right over here. That's right, I think I do. I go backwards here. Watch, so this will be interesting. And I put the camera right next to where each of the surveillance cameras, because I have a 360. I think I did that. I don't remember exactly. Alright, so I'm going down. No, I don't think I did that. Yeah, see, there is stairs here, but he didn't go that way from over there. See it? Well, let's see. So there's that one. Try that one. Yeah, I don't know which one. I did these ones that had surveillance footage. That's the day before. How about that one? 14. Oh yeah, this one I put it on top of my car. Look how cool this is. Who else does this shit for you guys? Come on. Look at that. I was driving around looking for places where you could park. Thank you, Bruce Holdaway. Ray, are you going to try to come down for a couple of... I don't think so. So this is where the surveillance was when he's walking, you know, and the car drives by. That's right in this house right there. So driving this way, that's Tyler Robinson was walking down the sidewalk, and then eventually turns right by this house. You can't see him anymore. Oh yeah, I was just checking out some of these streets to see if there was a place he could have parked, but this would be stupid. Probably surveillance cameras on every one of these homes, and so he didn't go in there. See, what's cool about these cameras, I can stop it, right? And then I can look wherever I want. See, look up, straight up in the air, down at the roof of my car. Man, my car's kind of quiet. That's a Insta360 X5. And then I have a bicycle handlebar attachment that I put on my racks on the top of the car. I have kayak, these little things here, and then these bars. I think cop cars should have these on there. Don't you guys agree with that? I mean, my God, it would solve tons of things. You know, have them mounted on their shoulders or their head or something, and every time they, you know, it takes up a lot of space, but you just download it later or something and then start over again the next day, but always keep track of it. The vehicles should definitely have them on there. They should have like, you know, like a 50 terabyte hard drives in the back of vehicles, and then have Insta360s mounted securely to the roof, or, you know, some version of it, and then every time they're driving around they get this clarity. They could see everything. They pull up to a crime scene, you could go back and like, oh wow, that guy went over here, he came from there. Now, what does that even mean? Okay. This is more footage from up above. See, the guy that was standing here could have seen the shooter. But I think it's that one. It's hard to tell from that angle. This is where the Bartholomew video was, up here. It was basically right over here, coming up there. Pretty much in this spot, Bartholomew. Oh yeah, I did this again. The Dean of Students is in that one. That's where he came, right there. Huh. That's an interesting little spot there. Hell, is that where he... I didn't even see that till just now. What is that? Is that, wouldn't that be crazy? Hold on, let me check something. What does the, Chuck Taylor sole design. Wouldn't that be nuts if that's what that looks like? Maybe that is the shoe print. I don't know. I don't know if it, you know, matches up with that, but that is pretty weird. That definitely looks like something, and it's right where he would have. Let's go look at the footage again. Hold on. I hadn't seen that till just now. Alright. So his right foot is right on the edge there. Oh, I'm frozen. I'm still here though. Can you guys hear me? I'm jerking around because we got like many gigabytes open. That would be crazy if that was the shoe print. Look at that. So it looks like I'm holding it straight up from where I am right here. So let's try to figure. Let me take a screenshot of this, just so I have it. Are you guys still here? Okay, because it said error. YouTube is not receiving enough video. I think it is now though. Should be good. All right, so let's just look at this. Probably 5 feet over to the left of that. And so that would be like right there. So kind of, I guess I'm just going to, you know, I think it's consistent, or his foot was. Yeah. So that doesn't look bad. Oh, we're freezing up again. Thanks, Alley Cat. I'm probably slowly moving around. I'm going to have to shut down Insta360 here. There's just so many gigabytes open. That's crazy though, right there. Huh? Alright. I think that's exactly what that is. I mean, it could be his hands, and right, like right there too, right? Yeah, I think that's definitely related to him. Whatever that is, you know. It could have been a really good footprint, and then it rained, you know. We didn't go there for a month and something. So it could have affected it a little bit. Yeah, it could be his hand, yeah. That's what I was just saying. His hand looked like it was right up there too, but his foot was there also. Yeah, see right there his hand's on the upper part of the roof. And then there it's on the ledge. And then here's where it drags those 4 fingerprint marks off right there. Also did this video. A lot of people didn't see, but doesn't that look like the same person right there? See that? Even though they're wearing different clothing. Yeah, let me show you what I did on this. See, look at that. Same height and everything. Doesn't that red line on the top look curved to you? But it's not. It's straight. Hey, thanks, LA Connection. Gotta go be a way. Oh, really? Sweet. Where do you where are you a waitress at? I mean, not forget it. Never mind. Yeah, dox yourself. See, this one I slid down the video on the left to put him on the same track, and he's absolutely the same height and everything. See. Well, thanks for tipping me, LA Connection. You'll probably get tips today as a waitress. Very cool. Have a good one. We're just waiting for the hearing to come back. I mean, it's right there. That's the. That's it. But I'm gonna take off for a couple minutes. I gotta go use the restroom and stuff. Not that we rest in there. I don't go in there and go. Okay, where's the pillow? Let me just. Whoever came up with that was an idiot. That would be a good comedian sort of little shtick for a moment. How many of you have actually taken a nap in a bathroom? Well, why the hell do they call it a restroom then? When I go in there, I'm grimacing. You could do this whole shtick on that. You know, imitate yourself sitting on the toilet, you know, do the thing from Dumb and Dumber scene. Yeah, that guy wasn't resting in there. Oh, you own 25% of Family Restaurant. Oh, cool. Who doesn't like pizza? Man, that's good stuff. All right. We'll be back in a moment. And if here, let me turn it. Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have that playing if I take off, just in case they actually go live in a minute. What's going on, freaks? A bunch of people left because I decided to go to the bathroom. Good stuff. I used to do clean. I was a janitor in the summer times in office buildings in downtown. Hey, you got $6, $6.06 an hour. It was awesome. Minimum wage was $3.35. I wouldn't even call it a washroom. Just call it a grimace room. How about this? Well, go like this. Have the word fiber, or no fiber equals grimace. No fiber equals grimace room. Yeah, it's already like 2 o'clock over there. I just saw Erica Kirk was on the Will Kane show. She's a big advocate for having the trial, where people can watch it. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys feel like the judge is going to say? PP station. Yeah, women have it easy though. You know, like you have a bathroom. Well, it's slower, but you have your own stalls, right? If you're a guy and you're at, like, let's say you're at a sporting event, there's like 10 urinals lined up, and you have to stand in line. And there's people behind you being impatient, and it makes it really hard to go to the bathroom. It's ridiculous. Or at least it used to be like that. I don't know. Bring out facts of the case as always, and your mapping skills are superb. Hey, well, thank you. Look at that. Hey, we got a positive comment. Can you believe it? It's like a miracle. There we go. It's probably better, smaller like that. Great show, putting out facts of the case as always, and your mapping skills are superb, along with all your donations to causes. You make a difference. Your channel is one of the few exceptional channels. Hey, well, thank you. There you go. And so that's why I'm always trying to, I need support for the channel so that I can survive as a channel, first of all. Like if I'm not here, then we're not doing this, but I try to do my, ad revenue and super chats and everything. At the end of the month, I donate thousands of dollars. It's usually between, like 25 and 33% of the gross income that comes in, which is, I think it's pretty good. This year we've given 42,000 out, and we've given 272,000 since January of 2020. So not too bad, right? Gray, has anyone tried defending Tyler to you so far? What do you mean? I don't know what that means. Yeah, there's lots of people that say he didn't do it. So I guess they're defending him, right? That he's a patsy. It's the new JFK. I mean, and I guess Tyler Robinson is really Lee Harvey Oswald. And then Twiggs is, let's see, Twiggs would be, what the hell's that guy's name? Jack Ruby. Yeah, there's people that show up in here that said he didn't do it. Yeah. Yep. They have tried doing that. Is that a real thing? Let me see this. $1934. Wow, look at what people used to wear. Look at that. Wow, that's crazy. 1934, 90 years ago, NFL football game. What does that mean? Patties don't lie. We can't see you. What the text? Oh, well, because I'm not on the screen. Oh, you couldn't see the football game. I see. Let's see. You didn't say that. You said me. Here it is again. Field goal. Crazy, huh? 90 years ago. Be taking so long about releasing documents. Well, this is the part that they needed, sealed information that they were talking about. And it's not really about releasing documents. Well, some of it was, I guess. Yeah. Like they wanted the transcript for the closed hearing. Now they're talking about the closed hearing to see if the transcript should be released, but they didn't want to have it open to the public because then it's a moot point to release the documents because they just talked about it live on television. You know what I'm saying? Or, on video. Yeah, maybe they did because it's one. They took a lunch break and they'll come back on. But I'm going to be playing it here, so at some point, I'm just gonna go like that. You'll be able to. It'll come right back on here. This is literally channel 3. It says it right at the top of the screen, and it's just basically they cut the feed and then they'll just redo the feed. That's not true. Shin Big Guy, yeah. That's not how it works in any cases. You just say that because you want to see the information in this case. But other than that, every Tom, Dick, and Harry case is the same thing. This isn't a federal FBI case. It's literally a local Utah criminal case. And the FBI is just helping with data. And they were there originally first to quickly assess the scene and do different things and help out. But they were asked to do so. Okay? All right. Thank you. Yeah. Lincoln said Brian Enton says still in the hallway, no updates, so no lunch yet. Wow, so there's probably going to be a lunch and then they come back. What are you talking about? You're way behind, Bonnie. You're way behind. But if you have a question or something, throw it in the super chat. We'll read it on the screen. Or a comment you want to make. No visual what? I'm just looking for something. I didn't shave for like 2 days. Oh yeah, I think this is the one. Here we go. I was looking for this. So I put the camera right where that camera is, and then this is the shot that you see this one, like that. That's where that that's where that one came from. See, there's the camera and right below it. So he was standing there, and then they from this camera, if it's 360, they can see him come down, and then follow him walking that direction. If not, they just have that angle. And then I go down the other end of the hall. Now maybe I didn't on this one. Oh yeah. So look. So in here I do the same thing. It's right there, see that? Kind of looks like the camera just films down the hallway. The way that looked in there. Doesn't look 360. So that means that camera right here could film. See the stairs over there? Watch Tyler Robinson limp all the way down this hallway here. They've got all that. And then the shot that we see is right in this section right there. Given that, see the dots on the wall and the orange tint? And then over here it's not like that at all. And then you look at the next one here, it looks like that. So that's right where he's walking, is right here against that wall. Does that make sense to you guys? And then I think I do the same thing up here. There we go. So this is the camera shot. Just like that, basically. Let's say if you went about like this. And that one got this shot there. And it really filmed all of this. See? See what it is it's a widescreen shot. They just clipped out what they wanted us to be able to see. Like as much as other people, etc. See, it's like that. Yeah, see, there you go. Walking up the stair. Yeah, so there it is. There you go. That's why I wanted to find that one. All right. Well, I'm gonna go again, just sort of take a break. Yeah, it's live right here though. As soon as it comes back on, it's on. That was crazy timing right there. All right. All right, here we go.
Both you can go. You don't have to stand. I'll have you stand when he comes in.
I can tell you one thing. If they don't allow cameras, the conspiracy theories, the nutters will just go nut. They will have a heyday. So I think it's almost in society's best interest to allow it to be filmed. Just like the Idaho 4 case. It did, though. It didn't stop him because there was no trial. Mark. So it's exactly what happened. There was no trial. And look at him now. These same nutter pro-burger fans. Or co-burger nut jobs. There he is. That's the guy that was at Dairy Queen right there. So he was in Orem. Maybe they're going for insanity here. They're going to try to make him seem a certain way. That girl, that lady there on the right seems like ultra interested in everything he says or looks or does. All right, freaks, if you're out there and you have the ability to help support the channel, I would appreciate it. It's been a massive lull here. See if we can get another 5 channel memberships or something for those out there who can't afford it. His left hand is handcuffed probably to his... I wonder why... Yeah, so he's probably right-handed then. Because he's got to be able to write if he needs to. Wow, they got National Guard in there. That's crazy. Never see that. His brother? Well, they need security because of Candace Owens. Candace Owens has turned this whole thing into a shit show unnecessarily, and now they have to beef up security because she's an idiot. And not only that, she has a million idiots that watch her show and think she's telling the truth. So basically what I'm saying is our society is filled with a lot of idiots. All right, so we're back to here. There's no audio now. They probably realized, oh wow, that was... Oh man. See, that lady's always giggling, and God, she's so attracted to Tyler because he, you know, look, he did exactly what I wish somebody would do. So, man, I really, wow, you know, Tyler, if you ever thought of, you know, not wanting to be with a furry, I'm always available. Embracing the Jodie Foster lady. I'm sure they're just, you know, like he's their client. They're being nice to him. I think my stream's pretty clear. I don't have any error messages or anything. In fact, it's streaming 8,732 kilobytes per second with 0 dropped frames. So there you go. That answers the question. Did do something over here. Okay, let me try. Okay, now it's back on. It says excellent. Huh, interesting. Here, I'm going to stop streaming and streaming again and see what happens. Okay, how about now? I think it should be working now, right? It's weird. Yeah, it had some kind of... said something there. I stopped the stream and then restreamed. That's something that's kind of cool. Like, let's say your computer crashes, right? Well, the stream keeps running, and then you can just reboot your computer, get everything set up again, and then rejoin the stream, and at the end, it deletes all the time in between. So now we're back up again. We lost about 50 people that are really impatient. That's one of the most YouTube watchers of some of the most fickle people I've ever seen. You know, they'll be watching, oh my God, and they just take off and go somewhere else instead of just letting somebody work through the problem. crazy. Just watching these people. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it, Mark. I wouldn't doubt it. Well, yeah, I mean, he didn't destroy TPUSA, although, you know, Charlie Kirk was TPUSA, but they had really great momentum. Even after he died, you know, they were like, okay, and they're, you know, they probably have to find somebody that could sort of be the same type. Erica Kirk isn't that person, but she can run Turning Point USA, but they need somebody else to be out there, and Candace Owens single-handedly ruined it. Okay? Candace Owens ruined the reputation of Turning Point USA. It was nothing they did, nothing at all, anything that anybody did there whatsoever, except Candace Owens went out and pretended that every little motion that somebody did had a separate meaning. And people are so stupid that they believed it. All right. That's why they don't want you, Gray. They're not stupid. No, they are. They are technically dumb as a
We're going back on the record in case 251-403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. I note the presence of counsel that previously entered their appearances. We have come out of the closed session and concluded that business. However, the court became aware of an event that happened before.
Oh boy, here we go.
And my understanding was during the open portion of this hearing earlier that there was a violation of the standing decorum order as it relates to transmission of these proceedings.
The handcuff. Watch.
I want to hear from counsel, and then I will make a ruling concerning that.
I knew it. God damn it.
Shortly thereafter.
I knew it.
Ms. Visser.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm referring specifically to Rule of Judicial Administration 4-401.
Or their audio.
This gives the court discretion to terminate or suspend electronic media coverage at any time without prior notice. If the judge makes particular findings and that specific circumstances warrant it. It is our position, the defense position, that there has been a violation of the decorum order. It is our understanding that those live streaming this signed and declared that they would follow the decorum order, and they violated it.
Well, who's filming
So we are
it?
requesting a sanction. We believe these court's orders are binding, and they need to be respected. We also believe that it threatens my client's right to a fair trial. It's the whole reason we filed a motion in the first place to remove his shackles.
It probably should have been that they didn't record the audio of them sitting there.
It is also
It's
our
not our fault.
understanding that
That's just what it was.
potentially some audio from counsel table was heard.
Right, there you go.
We are definitely taking more measures on our own to ensure that that does not happen again. But there has also been some filming of computers and materials at counsel's desk.
Right, I
That's
saw that.
entirely inappropriate. And I think everybody in this room will agree
I was
that's
kind of
entirely
surprised
inappropriate.
at that.
So we are asking for some remedial measures here. We're asking for it to terminate for today, and we can proceed after that.
Thank you, Ms. Visser. To the state.
They're probably just
Your
going
Honor,
to, they're going to agree.
The state, as stated earlier, we believe that the court's order was very clear, and if there has been a violation of that order, then we agree that there needs to be some measure taken. We'll leave it to the court to decide the appropriate response.
We're
to
not
that
going to get to listen
violation,
to
but
anything.
We agree that any violation of the court's order needs to be addressed.
Just
Thank you, Mr.
have the
Ballard.
camera film him.
To the press. Only. Attorneys for the press.
Okay, let's see if there's a good argument here.
Your Honor, Jeff Hunt for the media interveners. This is the first time that we've heard about the violation. We've not had an opportunity to look at the video or investigate the audio or look at the capture of the computers, but filming of the
It was blurry, the computer, though.
inadvertent
I saw
filming
it.
of the shackles. I did talk to the pool photographer. My understanding is that there was a zoom out shot that did inadvertently show the shackles. That was improper. That was inadvertent, and we apologize for that. They've taken measures to make sure that the pool video that is disseminated to the rest of the pool does not contain any capture of the defendant in the shackles. We can't do anything about the live stream, of course, but we can control what the rest of the video is that we capture and disseminate. So that is being done. The audio for counsel, my understanding is the only audio that they picked up was from counsel's microphones. I don't have any further information about that and whether that's a violation. Filming of the computers is not a violation of the decorum order. If the capture can show the document that counsel is looking at, then that is a potential violation. So I just don't know how much detail the shot is that is of concern to the court. But I'll just say that we reiterated as soon as I heard this from Mr. Ballard with the pool representatives that this is very important to follow to the letter the court's EMC order. They understand their obligations. They take that very seriously. They're not perfect.
It was being
Mistakes
filmed.
happen. We're trying to correct as much as we can on that. But we think termination is not an appropriate remedy. An admonishment from this court, a reminder that they need to follow to the letter the court's EMC order is appropriate. That's the message that counsel has delivered to the media representatives and the pool operatives, and we think that is the appropriate remedy.
Thank you.
I think the judge is going to.
I just want to make it clear, we're still receiving messages that shackles can be seen on the live stream as we
You can see his
restart.
handcuff.
So it's still a problem.
You can see his handcuff.
I appreciate all parties weighing in on this important matter. And I find that there was a violation of the standing decorum order that was in effect as of October 30th, 2025, based off what's been proffered, as well as the EMC order signed by the court. As previously stated by Ms. Visser, the court does have discretion in determining whether to terminate the broadcast of these proceedings, and again, if there are specific circumstances warrant such action, that the court would need to make findings in order to do so. I find that excluding the cameras from the courtroom would be disproportionate for this hearing.
Oh, thank God.
I find that making it very clear, first, that the transmission cannot begin until court is in session and must end as the court ends the session.
It was improperly
It cannot be
streamed
filmed before
earlier.
or after.
Okay.
The filming of, as previously stated in the decorum order, and EMC must be followed to the letter. The sanction for today is that this camera will be relocated away from defense table to where the bailiff is, where Jeff is standing over here. I want to immediately address any possible transmission of shackles, as previously stated by counsel, and remove the possibility of capture of screens of the computers at defense counsel's table as well.
I like it. He's reasonable.
If there's further violations of the standing decorum order, this court does have the right and will exercise termination of broadcast of these proceedings. And I simply want to put all parties on notice, to the press, to all parties, that this court takes this very seriously. While the court believes in openness and transparency, it needs to be balanced with the constitutional rights of all parties in this case. As such, we will take a brief recess to allow the relocation of the camera and to the place indicated by the bailiff, and then we will resume these court proceedings. I am anticipating this take perhaps 5 minutes? All right, and then we'll come back on the record and handle the remaining of this hearing. I appreciate the patience of parties as we move forward. We are trying to do the best.
Uh-oh. Is this what they're moving it right now? I don't think that's not my end. Did they stop it? Are they going to have to start a whole new... what's going on here? Because it looks like they ended the... It's not playing anymore. Well, it does say live there, so... I don't know, we'll see. Maybe they sort of... I don't know. Somehow froze the last scene. But hey guys, if you can please help support the channel, we've had one of these massive lulls again, so that would be great. My channel relies on you guys, so if you have the ability to, that would be fantastic. All right. Come on, you guys. You had it on. Oh, then they turned it off because then it was showing Tyler again. I mean, I don't know why this was so hard for these people. You know? These are the kind of irresponsible streaming, whatever the hell you want to call it. You know, just do the right thing first. You didn't need to have the camera right next to him. I remember thinking right when I was watching, I go, is this decorum? It doesn't seem to match what was written. And then you hear the audio of them talking, and then it's filming the lead defense attorney's computer, laptop. And I was just sort of like, okay. And then apparently we weren't even supposed to see it until it was in session, meaning the judge is walking in, and that's it. We were watching like 5 minutes before, as they're just sitting there. And so I guess that's what's happening now. I do a poll that said, isn't my channel super chat worthy? But the trolls would say no, so I can't do it. Hey, thanks, Amy Slates. Very cool. Thank you. I was nervous the way they were filming the first time. And it's just such shitty... It's like JLR. Remember how he screwed everything up for the Barry Morphew? It was a hearing. It was not supposed to be streamed. He streamed it to his channel. Then they shut it down for everybody. Okay? That's what happens here. Now, I don't know why it's so difficult to just, you know, get an angle where you're not showing his shackles, etc. And mainly you film the judge and sometimes pan back and you look at Tyler Robinson, whatever the hell it is. But, you know, I was thinking, wow, this is crazy, but hey, you know, it must be okay, or they wouldn't be doing it. But nope, it wasn't. And there are going to be people that, like I was like, wait, let me see if we can hear what the audio says. Because why wouldn't you do that? I mean, that's the thing. It just shouldn't have been available. Because once it's in session, the attorneys aren't like whispering loudly to their client. They're listening to the judge and they're actively participating. Yeah, he seems like a really pretty strict judge. So I think he was being kind. I think he easily could have shut it down, and he didn't. I don't know, man. I don't know why they can't get it right. That's right, Shin Bigal. Candace Owens. Apparently I saw somebody in maroon shirts outside that had been secretly communicating. Oh, there he is right there. Oh my God, the maroon shirted guy was communicating with almighty Candace Owens. Who doesn't have a maroon shirt on today, huh? I don't, Gray. I really don't. I don't even like the color maroon. Well, you must not be one of the people in the video then, right? But because every other guy that was present at the Charlie Kirk meeting over there had maroon shirts on at the event. It's unbelievable. In fact, they all look the same with a backpack, shorts, and a hat. The only thing they changed was what they had on their shirts. Some had the eagle, some didn't. It was really like Catch Me If You Can. How many Tyler Robinsons are there at this scene? They just realized, wait, we're not in session again. Why are we filming? That's what just happened right there. We're not in session again. Why? There we go. Now you can do it.
Please be seated. Court is now in session. All right. Let's move to the next matter before us. And of course, I'm looking for my notes, and they've disappeared, but that's okay. It happens. All right. Let's go ahead and address the state's motion to amend or clarify the publicity order.
It's really good audio.
Hear from all parties.
Yeah, great audio.
I know it has been briefed.
Video.
But in responses, but I'll hear brief argument, and then we can go from there. Mr. Ballard.
Thank you, Your Honor. With respect to this motion, I think as we've expressed in the past, everyone in this room shares the same goal, and that is to ensure that there's a fair trial that happens in this case. And we recognize that the court's pretrial publicity order is intended to further that goal. And again, as I've stated before, the state plans to try this case once. The state is also committed to complying with its ethical duties with respect to pretrial publicity. We have complied with those duties. We will continue to comply with those duties. The issue we bring before the court here is that there's one portion of the pretrial publicity order that can be interpreted to reach beyond those ethical requirements and have the effect of being what would be an unlawful order, an unlawful prior restraint on speech. And our goal, therefore, is to get an order that's clear, that's lawful, and that the state has the ability to comply with. And the issue with the order that the state has is the use of the term witnesses in the order. We believe that term's vague and ambiguous. Does it mean anyone with relevant information about this case? Does it just mean those people that are going to be subpoenaed to testify in this case? Or is it limited to just the prosecution team? And I think as we've expressed in our filings, we believe that the court intended that term just be limited to the prosecution team because that is the way that Rule 3.8 reads. Rule 3.8 of the Rules of Professional Conduct that deals specifically with requirements for prosecutors talks about investigators, law enforcement personnel, employees, or other persons assisting or associated with the prosecutor. So in other words, the prosecution team. And there's no rule or case law or statute that expands the prosecution's duties beyond
they're hiding
that group,
over there.
The prosecution team. So with respect to clarity, we're seeking clarity as to what exactly does the court mean by witnesses. And we think the court just means the prosecution team because if that term stretches beyond just the prosecution team, then the order as written we don't believe is a valid and lawful order because it would result in a prior restraint on certain speech and at the very least would have a chilling effect on that speech. If the prosecution agrees that we have an ethical duty to take reasonable measures to make sure that those who are identified with the prosecution team are alerted to the requirements of the court's order and to make sure that they do not make a statement that the prosecutors themselves would not be able to make, a public statement. But if the order extends beyond that, then we have concerns, because a prior restraint is an order that forbids certain communications in advance of the time that they are to occur. And as the Court of Appeals has recognized, the Utah Court of Appeals has recognized in State versus LM. And widespread publicity in a case does not itself justify a prior restraint. As the United States Supreme Court has recognized in Nebraska Press Association, there's no justification for a prior restraint unless it's clear that the further publicity, unchecked, would so distort the views of potential jurors that you couldn't find 12 jurors who could be fair and impartial. That's the high standard that applies in this case.
Thanks for the 18-month CR.
And so in order to apply a prior restraint to persons beyond the prosecution team, the court would need to engage in a very detailed and demanding analysis. The court would have to make a factual finding of necessity, that the speech that would be restrained poses a risk of material prejudice to the ongoing judicial proceedings. The court would need to make findings that there are no less restrictive measures, and that the prohibitions are likely to prevent the potential prejudice, and that whatever prohibitions this court decides on are very narrowly tailored. And as the state has explained, the Spencer versus State case from the Arkansas Supreme Court that just issued earlier this year is very helpful, I think, on this issue in explaining the analysis that applies to various different people that might be associated with a criminal case. You have attorneys, that category of trial participants. Certainly the court has the highest degree of ability to be able to restrain the speech of attorneys, and in fact, as I've expressed, the ethical rules require that. But when it comes to trial participants, like witnesses, the standards are more demanding as far as restricting the speech of trial participants. And as the Spencer case pointed out, non-attorney trial participants, the court can impose a restraint on their speech only to the extent that the court first finds that any speech by those non-attorney trial participants poses a serious and imminent threat of material prejudice to the ongoing proceeding. And I think the court also needs to note that there are several people associated with this case who have very significant interests in exercising their First Amendment rights, in talking about how this case has affected them. And of course, can't say that one person's First Amendment right is more important than another person's. Yeah. But there are certainly some people here who have a larger, some people involved who have a larger or a greater interest in speaking than others. And so I think the court needs to take that into consideration if this order is meant to apply beyond just the prosecution team. And then finally, as far as making the order, so we need a clear order, we need a lawful order, and then we need an order that the state can actually comply with. And the state recognizes that there are serious sanctions that this court can impose.
Thank you, CR and legendary
for
CEO.
Violations of a court order, as we've just seen. And so we want to avoid these. We want to avoid litigation over whether there's been a violation of the order. And as it stands right now, we don't believe that there will be any issues if the court limits the term witnesses to just the prosecution team. We can comply with that order. It gets more difficult for the state if the term witnesses then applies even broader at this stage of the litigation, for the state to be able to comply with that order, depending on how the court clarifies what witnesses mean. Does the court have any questions for the state?
No,
Yeah,
thank you,
okay.
Mr. Ballard. Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to try to be brief because our views on the propriety of the court's order were set forth in a publicly filed document, which, of course, the court has reviewed. And the first thing that I want to say is that the order that the court issued is not a prior restraint on any member of the public, and it's certainly not, I think as the state's motion suggested, some sort of a prior restraint on the press. This has nothing to do with the press. The order, as we noted in our papers, is directed at the conduct of and the court's expectations
I was looking
for
at that
counsel.
cold sore. I was wondering if you got that
So
from
even if, under
Twigs.
that order that the court issued, somebody who we could all agree is a witness within the court's definition of that, made public statements which implicated Mr. Robinson's fair trial rights, the potential sanction is on the party who had a duty to make a reasonable effort to notify witnesses that they should not
What
be.
movie is that from? Come on, somebody
If
type it
I
in.
represented a witness
I'll send you a notebook if you
who
can
was
say it right
accused
now.
of
What movie?
saying too much publicly.
First one.
The first thing that I would tell this court is the order isn't directed at the witness. The order is directed at the counsel for the parties. There may, in the future, be some theoretical situation where the court issues orders
Oh, Carnivore got it. All right.
control the statements
You have
or
to send me your
conduct
address. I'll
of
send you a notebook.
specific people. But this, or other than counsel, but this
All right.
order is directed at counsel. And we have no, meaning Mr. Robinson's defense
So-
counsel, have no problem complying with the order. And we also think that we understand
Send me your address there.
Um,
and I'll send it to you.
what a witness is when the court uses that term. So it is our view that the court's order
Caddyshack.
is not overbroad, it's not vague, doesn't put the state or the state's attorneys in some untenable position. And I think it's a little too simple to say witnesses are either everybody under the sun or people who are under subpoena at the last second. Because counsel have not only the training, but a duty to figure out along the way who the potential witnesses are and to notify those people. And yes, down the road, maybe there's going to be an issue and maybe an attorney on either side of litigation is going to have to explain to the court when a particular person did or did not become a potential witness in the eyes of that party. That doesn't make it impossible for the state to comply with the order. It just means that the state needs to be thinking along the way about who its witnesses may be. And that's why in our papers, we refer to it as a
You get one of these right here.
potential lay witness, because we
Or not that one,
believe
but
that the court intended it to
the newer
go
one.
beyond members of the prosecution team, which are law enforcement officers, retained experts, retained consultants, and we don't believe that that creates an enforcement problem. We don't think it creates a compliance problem. We noted in our papers, and I'll emphasize here again, that the court's order actually places responsibilities on defense counsel that the rules don't. The rules have special guidelines for the prosecution, and the court has expanded that to include the defense, and we don't have a problem with that. I also think that the standard that the state is suggesting for when a potential lay witness, as we've defined that in our papers, may make public statements that violate the court's order The best standard is actually the one that we believe the court should look to, which is the standard set by the 10th Circuit, because as the state points out, it may be that there isn't any Utah law on this issue. So it seems to me that the closest source of authority on this constitutional question is going to be the 10th Circuit, and that's the case United States versus Tijerina, and I'll spell it, it's Tijerina, 412 Fed Second 661, 10th Circuit 1969, where the court says that the constitutional balance between the First Amendment rights of a non-attorney participant and the defendant's right to a fair trial are properly balanced where extrajudicial statements present a reasonable likelihood of prejudicing a fair trial. That is a more protective standard than that which appears in Rule 3.6.
Eric has been really measured
I think it's the
in what she
appropriate
said.
standard which should be applied here. That's part of, as we've told the court before, a motion that we will bring, because we actually think that while the court's order is wholly appropriate, it's not vague, it's not overbroad, it's not a prior restraint, and it doesn't create a lack of clarity for the state, we would like it to be a little bit broader in other areas, especially concerning the standard to be applied and the definition of what is the prosecution team, but that's not germane to here. So we think that while we understand the state's concern, we think that their motion should be denied. I think at the last hearing, the court actually clarified verbally from the bench what it meant by a witness, and I think that's pretty close to what we described in our papers as a potential lay witness. So I feel like if I say anything more, I'm going to be reiterating again what's already in our papers. If I've muddled it, I'm sure the court will tell me and I'll clarify it. I hope I haven't.
Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and we'll turn to the last matter. Anything further, counsel?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I do want to point out that the court's order as it's written does impose limitations on speech. And the issue here is whose speech? Is it just the prosecution team members, or does it extend beyond that? And limitations on speech are a prior restraint. The court's order says that, if you look at page 2 of the order, it specifically talks about lawyers, that lawyers cannot make a statement that would violate Rule 3.6 and need to inform witnesses that they cannot make similar statements, and then requires the parties to inform lawyers, I'll just read it. Lawyers participating in the investigation or litigation of this case shall inform all witnesses, and then the list that I read, about the prohibitions contained in this order. So the order is prohibiting speech. And because if it extends beyond the prosecution team, it needs to have the findings that are required for that kind of prohibition on speech. That's what we're asking the court to do.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard.
Thank you.
Looks like the same guy to me, everybody. What do you guys think there? Oh, I guess he was in Orem, Utah that day.
Let's turn to the final matter before this court, the motion for limited intervention and request for notice of motions to close, seal, or reclassify. And I'll hear from the parties on that.
Thank you, Your Honor. David Ryman, representing the news media. Mr. Judd and I represent different groups of clients, so I'm going to invite him, if I miss anything, to weigh in after I'm done. But my intent, the issues are basically the same, so my intent is to address them for all of the interveners at once, and I'll be very brief. We have only ever sought, in this case, limited party status. That is what we do in every high-profile case that involves these type of closure issues. We are not seeking to be parties for all purposes. We are just seeking to be parties for the purpose of showing up and being heard, which we unquestionably have a right to do. We unquestionably have standing. That is settled law in Utah. And the last filing at least, that we got from Mr. Robinson's team that just came in, I don't know if it was a couple days ago, basically gets there at the end where it says, look, if you're going to grant them intervener status, it should just be limited. That's all we've ever sought. And so the question that was raised in the only case that they cite, this FL case from the Utah Supreme Court, that addressed whether we wanted to allow full party status under Rule 24 of the civil procedure rules in a criminal case, they said we don't need to do that. The woman in that case just needed limited party status. And so in a way, we're not really, the state really hasn't disagreed with this either, but we're not really disagreeing with Mr. Robinson's team. We have explained in our papers we've cited the court to extensive authority saying that this is the procedure to use. It's the most efficient procedure to use. Otherwise, I don't know what exactly the suggestion is for Mr. Robinson's team that we're supposed to do from here on out, but it kind of sounds like just this sort of ad hoc, show up anytime you happen to see something on the public docket that might affect the public's rights, and that's just not the orderly way that this typically happens. The other thing, as I've mentioned in our papers, that it does is it allows for the media to be able to take an appeal of a closure issue without having to rely on the court's extraordinary writ jurisdiction. And that was what they had to do in either Kearns Tribune or Bullock, where the media was not granted party status. And it is the situation that happened in FL, where they had to review her claim regarding records under extraordinary writ jurisdiction rather than invoking their appellate jurisdiction because she was improperly denied limited party status. So all of that authority supports the process that we are requesting in this case. We think it's the most orderly way to do it, and I'll end just by saying, you know, there's been some discussion, and especially from Mr. Robinson's attorneys, about what rule it is that you need to do this under, whether Rule 24 applies. They seem to suggest that it doesn't. I will just point the court to two different rules that give you the authority to do what we're requesting aside from Rule 24. Rule 24 is in the civil procedure rules, but Rule 81, and particularly subsection F of that rule, says that the rules of civil procedure govern in criminal proceedings where they don't conflict with a rule of criminal procedure. That's the case with Rule 24. That's why courts in criminal cases have relied on that rule. The other one is Rule 31, and that's in the criminal procedure rules, and that gives this court the discretion, if it's not inconsistent with the rules, to fashion remedies and to deal with civil procedure, or it's not civil procedure, but rather just procedural matters. And so that is essentially what happened in the FL case, which is that, you know, whether you do it under Rule 24, whether you do it as a judicially created, you know, remedy, it doesn't matter. It's the same, it gets to the same place, which is just that we are interveners for the very limited purposes that we've set forth in our order. We're not going to be here at every hearing arguing, you know, we didn't take a position on the gag order motion that you just heard. We are only planning to appear and argue so that the court has the benefit of someone who's representing the interests against closure. Because as you know, and this is sort of why we're here today, a lot of time this just happens by stipulation. Because these, you know, the state and Mr. Robinson's lawyers, they may not want to fight over a particular issue. And so it really is a situation where no one really represents that interest. And the purpose of this whole process is to give the court the benefit of the briefing that we've submitted and the benefit of arguments to represent the public's right to attend these proceedings. So unless the court has any questions, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To the state, Mr. Ballard.
Your Honor, as the state briefed in briefing on a prior motion, I think it's clear that parties have outside entities have the ability to intervene in a case as a limited purpose party when there's a statute, a rule, or case law that authorizes them to take specific action in a proceeding. And there's well-established case law that allows the media to intervene to be able to be to appear and be heard on matters of public access to court proceedings and to court documents. And Rule 4-202.04 of the Rules of Judicial Administration also make it clear that the media can appear and do just exactly what they've done in the closed session that we held earlier. So it doesn't make them a capital P party to the case, it makes them a limited purpose party, and they certainly have the right to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mallett. Ms. Visser.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I just want to clarify, the issue really, if we boil it down, is if these 23 media entities have met their burden to be a limited purpose party in this case. And I think another part of that is what that means. And really that is what we are primarily concerned with. What does that mean? What does that enable them to do? What jurisdiction is this court exercising over them as a result of them being a limited purpose party? Because I do believe that is another aspect of asking to intervene in a case. I do think that Rule 24 does not apply here. I think that's what we learned from the Supreme Court. They don't want individuals using Rule 24 of the Rules of Civil Procedure because it's too expansive. It's about broad entry into a case for many purposes. In the instances where our courts have allowed intervention into civil cases, and I want to be very clear here, the case law is in the civil arena. There are very few instances where we're dealing with this in a criminal case on appeal. So we're a little bit in the dark, and we're asking this court to kind of wade through and make a decision that potentially hasn't been made before. But I would ask the court to be very clear, no matter what it does, on what the media can and can't do in this case. And it sounds to me like the media has somewhat conceded that their role in this case is under Rule 4-202.04, and their role is to have a voice regarding closure, which has already happened today and will surely happen again. We have no objection to that. And to be clear, we're not objecting to the court's order about notice. We will provide notice. We will follow the court's order. We have no problem with it. But we do want this court to make the procedure very crystal clear.
Wow,
we want time frames. We want orders saying this is when you need to respond.
That's the same thing.
So that we don't end up with filings like we did this week,
Wow.
very shortly before the hearing,
Oh,
that we
wow.
have to rush to respond to. We're all attorneys. We all know that these things happen from time to time. And we're not unreasonable folks. If they reach out to us, we will grant reasonable requests for extension, just so everyone is aware. But there was no communication. So I want it very, very clear what they can and can't do. It's less about semantics. This isn't about semantics, it's about substance. What are they allowed to do? If this court wants to call them a limited purpose party, that has to be, well, it's so you can exercise your rights under 4-202.04. And in doing so, this is what you need to do. That's what we're asking the court to do. And I also have some practical concerns that maybe need to be addressed with the court's clerk. For example, are we adding all 23 media entities to the court docket? Will they have access to all of the filings? I have had instances in the past where, unfortunately, parties have been added to a case and still receive documents that are intended to be private or non-public. I'm very concerned about that. So I think it would be appropriate if
Nope,
they are
not the
going
same
to be
guy,
added
everybody.
to the docket, that it be reasonable, perhaps
Look at
just
that.
the
That's-
two entities that are requesting, the two conglomerate entities that are requesting, and that there be an order from the court saying if they receive something that they shouldn't have, they notify us in the court immediately and they delete it, they don't review it. At a minimum, I think that's necessary. But I also think it would be reasonable for this court to not to put them on the docket for that very same reason. So we don't think that they should have permanent status in this case. We don't dispute that they are going to be here. They're already here, as we well know. But we do think how that happens is important, and that this court should exercise its authority to make very clear what everyone's roles are here. And as I believe they put in their briefing, that they are neutral observers. Neutral observers. We don't want the chaos that is out in the media in this courtroom. So whatever this court can do to prevent that is what we're asking. Does the court have any questions for me?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think that.
All right,
I
counsel.
don't know.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just very briefly, I'm not sure what neutral observer is supposed to mean. We have interests in the case. We are here to advocate for openness and against closure. And so I don't think that's what counsel meant to imply, but that's the whole reason we're here, is that no one else represents our interests. That is straight down the middle of what the intervention rule requires. Just a couple clarifications. Counsel said we haven't cited any criminal cases where this has been allowed. That's not true. We cited the court to 8 different cases, all criminal cases in the state of Utah, where this is the procedure that judges routinely follow, including judges in this building. Counsel said that our role is strictly limited to advocating for what is under Rule 4202.04. I don't think she meant this, but as the court probably knows, that just deals with court records. We're also entitled under governing constitutional case law to advocate against the closure of proceedings. And that rule does not technically apply to proceedings, it just applies to records. So just to be clear, but I think we have been clear, and this is all, I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of daylight between what counsel was just suggesting our role should be and what we've asked for, you know, which is just if they file a motion that seeks to prevent, that wants to classify something as non-public, like they did last night with the motion to disqualify. They were able to at least provide that to us. It's not very hard to send an email. That's all that we've asked for in terms of the notice. And then we have the right to be heard on those issues. And so I didn't really hear from counsel any reason why we should not be granted limited party status in this case, other than just some sort of, you know, confusion on their part as to what that would actually look like. I don't know how the clerk deals with parties on the docket. I assume you guys can sort that out. Typically, when we intervene on behalf of the news media in cases, they are listed because they are limited purpose parties. But the court can, you know, if it doesn't want to hear from us on a particular issue, it can certainly say that. I mean, we don't have any interest in weighing in on aspects of the case that don't have anything to do with the public's right to know. And so I didn't really hear an argument against what it is that we are asking to do. Just one last point on, well, 2 things. One is that counsel's chastising us for filing something late. I mean, this was a stipulated motion that got us here today. We weren't asked to weigh in on it. It was submitted to Your Honor with an order, you know, which they just assumed you would sign because it was stipulated. It was only because this court said, no, I'm not going to do that. I want to actually hear from the parties that we weighed in. So this was not your typical, like, deadline where we were invited to weigh in and just didn't. Last thing is, in terms of docket access, you know, Mr. Hunt and Mr. Judd and I are all officers of the court. If the court says you can have access to things that the parties are seeking to classify as non-public, but you can't share them with your clients until further notice from the court, that's fine. Some judges do handle it that way. Sometimes we just, you know, if they don't concern closure, sometimes we don't weigh in at all. But, you know, when they file things that they say we need to file this under seal and we're not allowed to see it, then the briefing for you is not super helpful, you know. And so typically the way this happens is we are allowed attorney's eyes only access to, you know, documents just like the state and the defendants would be. their counsel can see things that are non-public, and we don't share them with our clients unless the court orders otherwise. And typically, if the court decides, no, this really doesn't need to be filed under seal, then we can provide it to our clients at that time. But this idea that our clients are somehow going to get access to things that are non-public, that's just not the way this typically works. If they're not public on the docket, if they're public on the docket, anyone can get them. And if they're not public on the docket, then our clients can't get them. And if there's a procedure where we can see them so that we can give the court the benefit of briefing substantively as to what it is, then we keep them attorney's eyes only until the court orders otherwise. So that's just typically the way this works. So, thank you.
Oh, he's got there it is. There's the eye that everybody talked about. Does anybody question right now that that's not Tyler Robinson?
Your Honor, I'm not going to belabor what's already in the briefing. I do think it's concerning to just cite to a bunch of trial court cases without providing any pleadings or context for what occurred in those cases. I can't argue against what happened in other cases. This is our case. Our case is different. This court has already acknowledged it. There are many interests. We have concerns about leaks, information getting out that shouldn't be out. I think those are valid. And our concern is access. I'm not impugning the integrity of these gentlemen. I'm sure they would act as officers of the court. But the more this court controls the information that ultimately
why
it
people
determines
question
to be
that
private,
is scary.
the more able we are to identify if there are leaks, if there's information that's getting out that shouldn't be, and who did it. So we are objecting to providing the media our pleadings in advance, even just to their counsel. We don't think that's appropriate. I don't see any authority for that. We're asking the court not to consider that. And we're concerned about opening the door to multiple other entities just filing in on this case, getting involved in the proceedings. We don't know exactly what media means either. So our position is and remains, they can file what this court has authorized to file in the manner this court authorizes to file it and be heard in the manner this court indicates. We understand they're entitled to closure hearings, and I did make a mistake. We agree that they have standing to object to closure as well. So they should be able to file those things, but we do not agree that that requires status in our case. So, does the court have any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I appreciate the argument from all parties throughout this day. I wish to commend the preparation and the quality of the arguments, as well as the civility that is sometimes overlooked, but I wish to recognize that and appreciate counsel's demeanor and their arguments today. I previously stated when we began that I would be issuing rulings on the first issue, and when I began, I initially said October 14th. It's actually the October 24th audio recording of the closed hearing, as well as the October 24th transcript of that hearing. And so I wanted to create, just make that small correction. But given the in-depth and necessary arguments made in the closed hearing, I wish to take the time to issue a ruling that will say what will be disclosed and what will be kept private, because this court has a duty to do so. And I would rather do it right and take more time than to be rash and miss the mark. I need to be narrow in my approach, and it is an important issue, and so I plan to do that. In regards to the motion for limited intervention and request for notice of motions to close, seal, or reclassify, I also wish to craft my order in such a way that is concise and addresses all the issues, the important issues brought up by all parties. And so I will be issuing that ruling at the same time. And so I will be issuing the ruling in regards to the state's motion to clarify court's pretrial and trial publicity order, and I am prepared to do so. Before I do that, what I want to do is, and counsel is being caught off guard because they were anticipating a ruling today, but what the court is intending to do is, and proposing to the parties, is issuing an oral ruling on WebEx that all parties can attend to. The reason why is I don't want to take a lot of time. These are important issues. I don't want to wait until January 16th. And I want to talk about potential dates. I don't imagine it will take longer than 20 minutes for this court to issue ruling. And I want to get the parties' input in regards to their thoughts of the court issuing an oral ruling on WebEx. And so I'll open it up to the parties.
We don't have any objection to that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We have no objection to that, Your Honor.
Yeah, same.
All right. Well, next comes the trickier part when you have a room full of attorneys trying to find a date that we're all available. To our staff, what dates do we have available for a 30-minute block?
You know, I was thinking of
before the end?
December 10th, maybe?
Judge, we do
15th?
have December
14th?
29th.
Oh, 29th. That's right. 10th has already happened. Yeah, 29th sounds good.
How does that date work for council?
Oh, wait, you weren't talking to me.
That was
Oh.
10 a.m. on the 29th?
Yes.
Your Honor, that works for Mr. Robinson, thank you.
Same for us.
All right.
Oh,
In
it always works for
defense,
Mr.
In
Robinson.
regards to Mr. Robinson.
It's you guys.
What is your position on, if it is on WebEx, he would be appearing by WebEx, or is there different thoughts?
Tyler's always available, you know? It's the attorneys who aren't available.
Your Honor, if we could just have audio only.
Could you pan
for
out,
Mr.
please?
Robinson to
Thank you.
appear, since we will not
Good
be
Lord,
present. I would rather
cameraman.
not have him in the courtroom without counsel present.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. So we will set the court's ruling on those two issues for December 29th at 10 a.m. And note that it will be audio only for Mr. Robinson per defense's request. And to the last issue is, well, before I issue my ruling, I anticipate, and counsel, are we still on the same page in regards to our January 16th hearing? Are we planning for that?
Your Honor, we are.
12/29.
We believe that most likely what we would anticipate doing is on January 16th, arguing our motion to disqualify the county attorney's office, which was just filed. That should give them enough time to respond to that. And also possibly, we anticipate filing our own motion about the pretrial publicity order that has a little bit different take on it. That should be filed in plenty of time for us to argue that on the 16th as well. I think we have set aside the 30th, and that might be the one we want to save to argue our anticipated motion that's coming about keeping cameras out of the courtroom. And we will, I imagine the media will, depending on the court's ruling today, will want to weigh in on that one as well, and that would give them enough time as well. So that would be January 30th.
All right, and before I go to the other parties, the January 30th date, there was some complications, and so we have to find another date.
Okay.
And so I just wanted to let all parties know before we lock in our schedules, what dates do we have available for a 4-hour setting?
My problem.
Are they changing the 12/29 date, you guys?
And counsel, I appreciate you giving me that roadmap that helps plan, so it allows the other parties to take in consideration dates and filings as well. So as staff is doing that, they are looking for hearing dates. And one of the complications is, as a judge, I have 1,409 cases as of last Friday. And so trying to find a spot is tricky. And I'm grateful for my staff who work so hard to manage that calendar. So that is part of the reason for the delay. And we're trying to find a date because this is an important case.
Oh, the January 30th.
As is all of those cases. They matter to me.
Your Honor, while we're waiting, can I, if I might just make one point that might make things smoother as we go forward with the sealed filings?
What's the other one? January 16th? Is that the other one?
Just to Ms. Nestor's point, Mr. Novak earlier mentioned something about a redacted motion to disqualify, and I don't know if that is something that they're planning to file, but I was just going to say, sometimes, you know, what we heard earlier about that particular incident is probably not something that we care that much about in terms of what they would redact. And so instead of opposing the motion to classify, if Your Honor, I don't know if this is the plan already in this case or whether that's what they were planning to do, but if they file a redacted version that, you know, just takes out the stuff they care about rather than closing the whole thing, then we don't have to say anything and probably avoids, you know, fighting over unsealing that document. So I just wanted to say that. I'm happy to confer with counsel if you'd rather us do that, if you don't want to do it by way of a court order. But
No, I appreciate that input. I'll hear from both parties, and then we'll get to the date.
Your Honor, I do anticipate going through and seeing what we can redact and working with the state on that as well, and with media counsel. So.
All right.
And we agree that filing a redacted version is a good way to go. We can work together on that. As far as the January 16th hearing, the state will do everything it can to respond to these motions as timely as we can, as expeditiously as we can. I just want to note that that January 16th hearing was set with the expectation, the previous expectation was that defense counsel was going to get us these motions before Thanksgiving. And we just got the motion to disqualify last night. So we'll do everything we can to respond to those as expeditiously as we can and hopefully keep that date, but I'm not guaranteeing that we'll make that date.
All right. I appreciate the heads up. Going to staff, what dates do we have available for in lieu of the 30th? February 3rd, morning or afternoon setting?
February 3rd, huh?
Your plan?
Mm-hmm.
What day of the week is that?
That works for Mr. Robinson, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And morning or afternoon setting?
Either works for us, Your Honor.
As well as for the state, we're available on the 3rd.
The afternoon would be better because it may be.
I don't know, you guys. I don't think they're lifeless eyes. I don't believe he's just sort of a psycho
It's
kid.
always
you know?
nice when all parties agree. So
And we're all sort
we
of
have
nitpicking
February
everything
3rd
now.
at 1 p.m. It
He's
is
a
anticipated
monster.
to be in
Yeah.
person, and Ms. Nestor is Mr. Robinson planning on appearing.
Jody Arias had lifeless
thank
eyes.
you. All right, that concludes that
Like a
particular
doll's
issue
eyes.
about future dates, and I appreciate counsel working with me on that. We have December 29th at 10 a.m. for the court ruling on these two issues.
February 3rd.
And that will be via WebEx. And then February 3rd, January 16th, I believe that is at 1 o'clock. Is that correct? All right, that's in person as well with, I believe, defense has indicated Mr. Robinson will be present as well.
What was the 29th
And finally,
time?
February 3rd at 1 p.m. and also indicating that Mr. Robinson will be present. And in regards to the final issue, the ruling on the state's motion to clarify court's pretrial and trial publicity order. This is the order of the court. The court issued a protection order regarding pretrial and trial publicity in this case. The order prohibits attorneys who are associated with the prosecution and defense of this case
What time was the
from
12/29 hearing?
intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly permitting a witness, investigator, consultant, staff member, or other member of the prosecution or defense team to make
At 10?
extrajudicial
That was
statements,
10:30.
which, if made by the lawyer, would violate Rule 3.6. To that end, lawyers participating in an investigation or litigation of this case shall inform all witnesses, investigators, consultants, staff members, or other members of the prosecution or defense teams about the prohibitions contained in this order. The state moves to amend or clarify the court's use of the word witness, as used in the publicity order, because it is vague, ambiguous, or overbroad. The state asserts that there are over 3,000 lay witnesses of the alleged homicide. The state does not know if it must inform each potential witness or each potential and possible witness of the prohibitions in order, or whether the order applies only to witnesses who are members of the attorney's teams, such as investigators or experts. Due to the potential confusion, this court grants the state's motion and offers the following clarification. The word witness, as used in this order, applies to all witnesses who are part of the prosecution and defense teams. This includes any witness, including lay witnesses, whom the prosecution or defense has a good faith belief will be called to testify at a hearing or trial. The court also clarifies that the publicity order as written regulates the behavior of attorneys who are associated with the defense team or the Utah County Attorney's Office. It requires the attorneys to abide by Rule 3.6 and, in order to deter non-attorneys from making prejudicial statements, requires the attorneys to inform witnesses about the prohibitions in the publicity order. Informing witnesses about the prohibitions in the publicity order is a necessary step. It is one moment as I regain my place as I read. Informing witnesses about the prohibitions in the publicity order is a necessary step toward not intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly permitting witnesses from making prejudicial statements. The publicity order does not regulate the behavior of any person who is not an attorney associated with this case. And this order will be signed today by myself and made public. Counsel, is there anything further that we need to address today?
Thanks, Your Honor. Yes, just the matter of having Mrs. Erica Kirk designated as the victim representative in this case. She has filed through her counsel a request to be designated as the victim representative, and we would like the court to formally acknowledge that request and formally designate her as the victim representative. And I guess along those lines, I wanted to make clear as well, I think this court stated earlier that there was an alleged victim in this case. And I know that there is case law talking about being careful about how we refer to victims and alleged victims. But in this case, that case law makes clear that those cautions don't apply with the same degree, where it's clear that we have a victim who was killed in this case. We don't have an alleged victim. We have an alleged perpetrator, but we do know that we have a victim in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. I'll hear from the parties.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Robinson, we certainly think it's appropriate for Mrs. Kirk to be designated as the victim representative, if that is the desire of the state, just so there can be no doubt that she's afforded all of the rights assured to her under our state statutes. And
so they're looking to get sort of sympathy, goodwill.
Thank you to all parties. This court
That was
will
odd.
Recognize Ms. Erica Kirk as the designated
almost like they're
victim
admitting-
representative in this case. Thank you. Counsel, I believe that concludes our matters for the day.
One more
Or maybe
matter,
not.
Judge. I can take the podium, Judge?
Yes, Mr. Gernander.
The purpose, I want to just give the court an update with respect to discovery. We've done that at previous
Thank you, I
hearings.
appreciate that.
The state has received approximately 13,900 files from law enforcement in this case. Approximately 300 of those we believe are duplicates. We have since provided to counsel, as of I believe this morning, 7,951 of those files. For the court's information, we had reached close to 100% had been disseminated as of last week, but we received quite a large batch within the last few days. So we were working on that. We still have a full-time paralegal that's dedicated to reviewing that, organizing it, Bates stamping it, and sending it out to counsel. Of course, there are necessary redactions that are being made along the way. Our next real hearing in this case, second matter, our next real hearing in this case is not scheduled till January 16th. We understand the court's caseload. We understand the difficulty of finding dates for a preliminary hearing. And we would like to make a request that the court calendar a preliminary hearing in this case.
All right.
Ooh, preliminary hearing. Those are big.
And I appreciate
those
the heads
are
up
the shit right there.
Acknowledging the busy calendar of not only the court, but all of you. What, first of all, how many days does the state anticipate, which helps us in our calendaring efforts?
Judge, given that it's a probable cause standard, and all the inferences go in favor of the state, the state is asking for 3 days.
3 days.
We believe that we can present the evidence required to meet that standard, and that would also allow the defense to cross-examine witnesses.
Oh, shit.
And argue that standard.
Please be televised.
Thank you, Mr. Gernander. Turning to defense, what are your thoughts?
Your Honor, we
Aren't ready.
were not aware that he was going to make that request today. We do have one more member of our team that's not present that we would need to consult with. I don't know when he's talking about, but I don't see how we can set it until all the discovery has been received. And also, we do need to deal with the disqualification motion, just in case. So it doesn't seem like a good idea to set it before we have the disqualification hearing. We were only talking about a month from now. I think that should probably be resolved before we set any dates. But I am concerned about setting a date when we still don't have all the discovery materials. We have significant discovery
Ann Taylor
materials
move.
that have not been received yet, that we know are out there and coming and important. And we have to, have time to review it all and absorb it all. And I am going to be involved in another trial that is not over until the end of March. So that's going to take away my ability to work and process through discovery and communicate with our team. So it seems to me that with the understanding of what Mr. Gernander's trying to accomplish, that maybe we come to the hearing on the 16th with an idea about, we can have some conversations with with Mr. McBride and also with the paralegal that's dealing with all the discovery, and see realistically when we think we're actually going to have the vast majority of the discovery materials to us, and how long it's going to take us to
late
review
April
it all.
or
so maybe we could
May
just
or
come
June.
prepared in about a month to try to accomplish that.
Mr. Gernander.
Just 2 points, Judge. Sometimes I feel like we as practitioners sometimes lose sight of the purpose of a preliminary hearing. It is a probable cause determination. The primary purpose, according to case law, is to ferret out improvident prosecutions. So again, it's a probable cause standard. We are working as hard as we can, being very diligent with respect to collecting and disseminating discovery. Rule 16, subsection 2, speaks to the timing of mandatory disclosures. And it is it's a continuing duty. So as far as complete discovery being provided, in a case like this, complete discovery is going to be ongoing until probably trial. There are times when things become available during trial that are discovered to opposing counsel. But it says here, the prosecutor's disclosures must be made as soon as practicable following the filing of an information, except that a prosecutor must disclose all evidence that the prosecutor relied upon to file the information within 5 days after the day on which the prosecutor receives a request for discovery from the defendant. That's been accomplished. It then says, in every case, all material or information listed under paragraph A1 that is presently and reasonably available to the prosecutor must be disclosed before the preliminary hearing. So we are in the process of that, collecting it as quickly as possible, making any necessary redactions, and moving it to the defense as quickly as possible. But complete discovery is not required before a preliminary hearing. We have to provide it as quickly as possible. We have that duty, and we continue to do that. So we think we can schedule a preliminary hearing and work towards that. I'm aware of Ms. Nestor's schedule. I know she's going to be in trial, I think, in February and March. And I'm probably overestimating the availability of the court's calendar, but the hope would be sometime in April to schedule a preliminary hearing.
All right.
I'll submit it, Judge.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can I just clarify one thing? I mean, the county attorney has made a decision, very public decision, to announce their intent to seek death the day that there was an arrest, which means that that obligation to provide us with the probable cause for everything they relied upon to charge applies now to their intent to seek death. And we're nowhere near getting that material. So that was their decision to release that. Normally, that decision is not made until 30 days after a preliminary hearing. They made it in advance, and now they've got an obligation to tell me their aggravation and what they've relied on to make this a death penalty case. And we have not received that. So I'm waiting, but I'm just laying that out there for now.
Thank you. I appreciate the arguments from all sides. I do not find there is any prejudice in setting a date for a preliminary hearing. It is not set in stone, and it certainly can be moved. I recognize that the parties have a lot of obligations, but I also recognize the importance of this case moving forward, and if nothing more, then this is a goal for the preliminary hearing. If it needs to be changed, the court understands that. That is
pretty
what
good.
happens a lot in the criminal calendars and criminal dockets. What is a date
I didn't like
that
him in
we
the
may
first
have
one,
available
but
for a
it
3-day setting for a
was better.
preliminary hearing?
So this guy just skipped right through the bullshit arguments. Let's give me a date. That's pretty cool. Judge wouldn't have done that. So they're talking about May and June, just like I said.
All right, let's take a look. So council, well, what dates in June?
June starting on the 15th.
And he's way cooler when he's not doing these huge cases.
Council, I'll turn to you. Again, this is a goal. This is not a date that if we can't meet, there's any prejudice that will be attached to a party. In regards to May 18th, how does that tentatively look for council?
May 18th.
May or June?
May 18th is the first date, I believe.
Oh.
So 18th, 19th, and 21st, just to give you the full range.
The state can make those days work, Your Honor.
Ah, Jesus. Hey, thanks. KMTX, Grays, awesome. Coverage appreciation wave. That would be sweet, man. That'd be awesome.
Your Honor, we have availability the May 18th with the understanding and the appreciation that if it's not feasible for us to get done when we need to get done prior to that, we would ask to push it back. But we don't have conflicts at this
All right.
All right, thank you. So May 18th, May 19th.
And appropriately, that's the day that
21st.
Mount St. Helens erupted back in 1980.
It will be in person, and do we anticipate, if that date moves forward, Mr. Robinson being in attendance?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. I just want to put that on the record as well. All right, I don't
Come
want
on,
to
you
be
guys.
presumptive, but
That
is
makes
there
sense,
anything
doesn't
else? All right. Council, thank you again for your hard work today, and I wish you all, Mr. Robinson, a good afternoon. Court is in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
No, there you go. So, man, they're real quick now. Up, it's up, boom! They forgot to turn the audio off, though. Okay, there. This just exploded. Yeah. We all knew. We all knew. Anyways, thanks everybody for being here. If you'd like to support the channel on the way out the door, you know, like pretend this was a restaurant and you got 4 hours of a great meal, that would be awesome. If not, that's cool too. anyways, I think we've covered this case better than any other people out there. Absolutely have it all dialed in. There's other people, you know, that have been debunking and talking about this and that and the other thing, but we've put together the entire case of Tyler Robinson killing Charlie Kirk, and it's just real clear. It's not something that's sort of ambiguous or anything. It's a very simple, easy to understand case. And you can tell the defense attorney, the way they say, yeah, we think it's appropriate that Erica be the, you know, it's like, wow, they're almost admitting that they know that he did it. They're just, I actually feel like they're going to go for some sort of, you know, I don't know if not really insanity, but like try to, I don't know what they're going to go for. Probably they're just going to try to make sure he doesn't get the death penalty. That's it. But anyways, thanks everybody for being here. Really appreciate it. Maybe I'll see you guys tonight. Not really sure. Kind of, probably will come on. Maybe we can, you know, might be a good day to sort of recap it all again. I don't know. Maybe go over the charging document, the probable cause one more time. We'll go through all this stuff and then wait for the next one. And the next one looks like we've got December 29th, January 16th, February 3rd, and May 18th, the day Mount St. Helens erupted. Thanks, Sandy Shirley and CCon. Very cool, very cool. All right, well, did you guys find it mildly interesting anyways? At least, I mean, it was pretty dramatic at times regarding, like, oh my God, you know, first we're sitting there looking at Tyler Robinson, and you can almost overhear what they're saying there, and then it turns out that the station got in trouble for filming that, and then they had to move to the other side of the courtroom, and it sounds like things went a lot more smoother. I think they'll be happy with how that went if they can just kind of keep that going. I think for a trial, they should just let the court put the cameras, like one on the witness stand, one in a different place, and then when it's appropriate, you can show what's up on the video. You probably don't want to show Charlie Kirk in the hospital with gunshot wounds, like autopsy shots. That's not appropriate to put online for everybody to see forever. I mean, Charlie Kirk does have kids. Do you want them out there on the internet for them to watch and look at? Oh, look at that. I mean, it's sad enough that the video of their dad getting killed is going to be out on the internet forever. And I'm sure they probably won't show him being shot, I would imagine, as well. I bet they're going to have a really clear videos like the ones from Turning Point. Hey, thanks Tina Humphrey and Tony Morrow. We got the Tina Humphrey gifted a membership too to Lori. And thanks for all the people who gifted memberships today. That's very kind of you guys. Very nice. Nice to have other people. Maybe you guys will stick around. It's only $1.99 a month if you want to stay around as a member afterwards, and then you get to use all the cool emojis that we got. And sometimes I switch over to members only live streams halfway through, etc. Yeah, it was amazing how close that was at the beginning. I was feeling uncomfortable with how close it was based on what the wording was. I read an article that talked about, well, let me just see, I'll tell you. Hold on. It mentioned shackles and all that stuff, and I could see that he had I have a screenshot somewhere. Is it this one? Or maybe it's Facebook. Let me see. Yeah, it was on like Facebook right here. See this? Tomorrow, Tyler Robinson. And then down here it says, Robinson cannot be shown in shackles and may only be filmed or photographed while seated. Okay, that happened. You could see the handcuff. This one says, video of Robinson entering or exiting. That was adhered to. No video or photos of his family are allowed. So they were really pretty close to that. You know, the only thing they showed was the one sort of handcuff on the hand, and it's sort of the fault of the attorneys if they want to be talking kind of loud next to a camera, I guess. Yeah, so I don't know. That didn't seem too bad, but it just felt like there was something not quite that's going to work. Didn't you guys feel that way a little bit? A little uncomfortable with, like, okay, this is, somebody's going to complain. I mean, hell, it was loud enough where I was like, ooh, let me get the audio. Let's see if we can hear what they said. You know? And then, ooh, look, zooming in. Look, he's got a handcuff on. You know? I mean, who doesn't do that, though? Like, so they got to make it where you can't do that. I like being able to do that, but at the same time, here's what I'd rather have, you guys. I would rather watch the trial and all the hearings than to get a little cool gotcha moment where I zoomed in on a screen of somebody. Wouldn't you guys agree with that? Who cares about that? You know, like, I just don't care. Let's see. Yeah, I was a little too close. That's right. Clara Lee. Wait, Claire Riley. Okay, I had to figure out what that was saying. I suck at reading when they're combined like that. So it's really ter and then minus null. Ter minus null. And then we've got Nita Phil Lips. Nita Phil Lips. Hey, thanks, Julia Rose. Thank you. True Crime crashing out. Gifted 5 memberships. Welcome. Very cool. All right. Awesome. So anyways, I'll probably try to come back on at maybe 7. We can recap some of this stuff. Who the hell knows? I think it'd be good just to kind of run through the whole case one time again, just from the perspective of the probable cause, charging documents, and because then it's all back in your head again. And then we've got, you know, that'll be in your mind. I'm sure we'll talk about it some other times, but December 29th, and it's later this month, is the ruling, and I'll try to be part of that WebEx or whatever, and we can stream that. And then after that, there's a couple weeks later a pretty big hearing. The preliminary hearing is huge for people like us. Hopefully that is streamed, and I will stream every moment of that. That is going to be where all of the fact, like not all of it, but most of the really important stuff that was in the probable cause, that's what he was saying, it's a probable cause level. But it's going to be really way more descriptive, probably extra information. And then the trial will even have more, but the preliminary hearing is huge. That's when it's almost like a miniature trial where you know, like a lot of the evidence is put down, and a lot of times I'm not really even sure. I guess it's where they sort of ferret out any like issues there might be, things like that. Yeah, we got really cool people in here. You got to make yourself available to be gifted a membership, and then you might get one. So anyways, thanks everybody. Really appreciate it. We will see you guys a little bit later. And as I always say, until next time, don't leave yet because you're going to see Lori Daybell dancing. Until next time, be safe out there. Is that the Trigger Bunny?
This true crime thing.
It is a Trigger Bunny, Gray.
And during this whole time, I have not seen one person.
That looks just like Lori Daybell, by the way.
Crime dissector,
threat rejector, I'm a certified human lie detector.
Gonna get ya
on a stretcher
if you try and play me like an old projector.
Crime sector, here's my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pop protector.
Tool deflector, interceptor,
and I mean a little specter with a vector
on his pector. with all respect, ya. Just remember I've a temple fucking check, ya. I have no agenda. I'm no
Wait, hold on a
agenda.
second here.
And I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody? Talk to you.
Hold on one second. Hold on. No, not that one, this one. Well, I want to thank you to Bruce Holdaway, KMTX, Susie Clue, Timothy Cecil, Virgo Alex, Belinda S., J.B. Martin, Common Sense, Susan Smith, Tammy McDonald, H. Doc, Matthew Malik, and then L.S. Fitz, Tammy McDonald, Tony Morrow, Apatheticate, H. Doc, Paul Ayers, Rador, Linda Howell, as in Linda Molden Howell of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles, Old Grandma, Paul Ayers, Jason McCowan, KMTX, EI Rule, Timothy Cecil, Tammy McDonald, Legendary, gifted 10 memberships, Roger Smith, Tammy McDonald, Chris Stu, Christy Roberts, Bruce Holdaway, Alley Cat, LA Connection, Cheetah, Amy Slates, CR again, gifted 5 memberships, Legendary CEO, Paul Ayers, KMTX, Charo Flo, Charo Bot, I'm not even sure what that says, Charo Bowles or something, C-Con, Sandy Shirley, Tina Humphrey, Tony Morrow, Tina Humphrey again, Jody Anita, and Julia Rose True Crime, cashing out. One of the longest names in YouTube history. Thank you very much for being here, where true crime is covered in the right way, using facts, logic, reason, and common sense. Unlike the conspiracy nutjobs who will sell you a bridge inside of a swamp. Thank you very much for watching. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Wait, hold on a second. I do want to thank, I missed out saying thanks to, where is it? To Claire. Thanks, Claire, for the PayPal earlier. Be safe out there.
Bye. See you around.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, come on. Come on. Please. Please. Thank you very much. Hey, EI Rule, when are you becoming a channel member over here again? I saw you over there somewhere else, a channel member. Come on, EI Rule. Thank you for being here. And be safe out there.